Mac Minis, and I'm thinking like, yo, gotta plug my guy Orgo over here who's doing it. But like, can you explain what this moment is?
Yeah, I think this has been like ever since Spencer really, started Orgo and the initial vision of it. Like, if you go all the way back, Spencer's been very clear on computers for agents. And in the beginning, including to myself and to a lot of people, I think that was like a very confusing thing. Like, what do you mean computers for agents? And then this moment, it clicked with everyone, I think, because you have this 24/7 agent with access to like every kind of tool and integration that you can imagine. And it needs a body, it needs a place to live in. And this kind of Claude bot moment made everyone realize like, oh wow, I need to give my personal assistant its own computer. And so that, I think, has just been the moment that everyone is finally, they're on board with this idea of giving your assistant a computer, and ideally giving many assistants many computers.
And so there's a couple ways to do this. Like, I can go out, buy a Mac Mini and have a private computer for this agent. I could go use Amazon. I think they had like some A2 thing that I sent you guys, or I could use Orgo. Can you maybe explain the difference between those three, kind of, where you see Orgo versus those other options?
Yeah, like I think so. Everyone went crazy with the Mac Mini. As far it's like, it's definitely a spectrum, right? Like, you could either do something super super simple on one end, which is like a VPS on like a DigitalOcean, and then on the other end, you could do something that's like kind of extreme, which is the Mac Mini. It's like overkill. It's like, and then there's kind of like this middle ground where there's people. The reason they're buying the Mac Mini is really because they want access to kind of like the iMessage ecosystem. They want to be able to text it simply like that.
Right.
But in just a couple days already, there's a lot of like clear security flaws with giving your agent access to a Mac Mini. It could easily be prompt injected or things like that. So there needs to be a secure environment for your agents that could be spun up, spun down, deleted if they have to be. That's kind of where Orgo kind of sits in terms of not, and also
Boom.
just like, and also I'm sure you've seen the memes of like people buying like clusters of Mac Minis, and they're like, oh, like I think it's like AI generated, like there's like 1,000 Mac Minis. So that, like, from a social perspective, like, what is that telling you? It's that people do want to have like thousands of agents with their own computers at scale. Like, that's really what that communicates, and it just validates like really what we're building here.
So the Orgo infrastructure gives you more control. So what you mentioned was a core problem where it has access to iMessage. It could then like scam your friends, basically.
Yeah. So I was I was building on top of Orgo at this hackathon, like right after this all went crazy, at the Y Combinator full agent hackathon in SF, and there's these two kids, like 14 and 16-year-old, like cracked devs, high schoolers, and they were using ClaudeBot, and they literally had to leave the event because ClaudeBot had texted their dad that they were going to meet with him at a like a Top Golf or something, and it had said like, oh, I'll meet you there at this time, and so they had to leave. Like, their dad like was like waiting on them, and they just had to go.
That is wild.
Yeah, but sorry, what was the question? I guess
yeah, let's get down to the
yeah.
Orgo kind of solution that you're saying. So talk about security, and then let's talk about the other differences. Like, people are buying one Mac Mini, maybe they're buying two, but Orgo allows you to do 1, 10, 100, etc. So get into the Orgo solution then.
Yeah, so essentially, yeah, you said it perfectly. I mean, you can spin up 100 computers on Orgo, and I guess like the really big part that we're trying to solve for, and Spencer, you could fill in more technically here, is really the orchestration layer. So like, for instance, we have like one of our customers is like a startup, and they're doing they need essentially thousands of computers with agents running on them, and they need some sort of shared context between these computers for these agents. So like, this orchestration layer needs to be like very carefully archetyped, I would say. And Spencer, I don't know if you want to fill in on this kind of at a more technical level.
Yeah, what was the question?
Well, the scale of Orgo, how we can spin up hundreds or thousands of computers, and what it means for agents to have like a shared context within their own workspaces. And
yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess sort of like a matter of like sort of why it's useful to be able to spin up multiple of them or hundreds of them versus just like a single instance. Yeah, I mean, so I think a lot of the like agent workloads right now are very I guess like short-lived or need to be fluid. So a lot of the sort of tasks, like, okay, you need a desktop to complete this task. Maybe you have this manual thing you do 5 times a day. So just be able to kind of spin up a desktop, kind of do the task at five different intervals. And that's kind of like at a basic level, like kind of like what we're, like one of the usefulness of Orgo versus just like having one computer that's always on. Both from like, I guess, a resource, I guess, cost perspective, and also just from an overhead or management perspective as well. I guess from pure cost, you can pay for a computer 4 minutes per day instead of 24 hours per day.
And maybe like I'll share how I talk about it, and then Nick, you guys can kind of discuss it. I talk about it as like it's, and Spencer, we've discussed this previously on the show, is the computers have some sort of protocol to talk to each other, which I think is what we're talking about, orchestration here. Then there's like a shared file system, so they do work, then put it in a back into your Dropbox or whatever. So maybe talk about all that functionality, because I can see 100 computers, 100 agents would just be crazy if there's no sort of, you do this, you do that, and then they come together, right, Nick? Do I have that right?
Yeah. I think it'll be very important. You're already starting to see a lot of companies trying to work on this swarming a feature of like, having hundreds of agents tackle a problem. And that's exactly right. Like they need a shared workspace essentially to know what tasks, which agent is solving, and like have context over like who's doing what and what's been accomplished and what's left and things like that.
Yeah. And I think also like outside of like, I mean, the concept of having kind of swarms of agents is like a cool kind of concept, but like a lot of like the usefulness now, like what we're doing for customers and what other people are building as well, or like these kind of like workflows. So it's like, okay, this agent, might complete this specific task and then send it off to another kind of specialized, kind of in a workflow way, to do kind of, several different parts of a pipeline. And I think that's where a lot of the usefulness comes from, having shared context, be able to send files and send data between different agents.
And so if you have 100 of these things doing that, like all of a sudden, are you seeing like crazy outputs? Like I get 100 going and all of a sudden I have a company generating revenue. Like what's the kind of end state here for these 100 workers?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on kind of how distant or abstract you kind of like want to think here.
Well, maybe anchored in something that you guys are already doing. Like, you said you have clients that are doing 1,000. Can you maybe talk about how they're setting up and what they're automating with those 1,000?
Yeah. Oh, in that sense of doing 1,000, it's the sense is not necessarily like having 1,000 agents work together. This is like you think like you want to deploy a consumer app with 10,000 users.
So I guess one of the things maybe you can walk us through is give us a sense of like where's the interest around computer use agents coming from? When it comes to these different enterprises that you guys are talking to, like how are they looking at them? How do they want to use them? Are they using them as individual workers, or do we see this kind of narrative coming up around AI companies, right, where agents will kind of do everything? Is that the
agent
use
workers?
Case? Yeah, or is that the use case, or how are we to think about it?
Yeah. Sorry, you want to go, Spencer?
Yeah.
I was going to say, essentially, it's the biggest thing is, yes, like actually, so what, like for instance, one of our customers, is a very interesting situation. She's like, oh, super excited about deploying these because it means my employees can focus on more like actually like meaningful work. And so then we ended up like building out computer use agents for this one particular essentially like workflow that was consuming up like 60 to 80% of that worker's time. And actually within like 2 weeks of deploying that, she had told us that like, oh, like I had to let that person go because this thing was just better, which was weird.
Oh wow.
Yeah, which was like actually like really like I guess like it's because you would almost think that if you could hire somebody to do something maybe for cheaper, or if you could just have a human do it, that okay, maybe that would be the default. But it turns out like when you have an AI employee doing something perfectly, that's 24/7 and gets it right every time, and it's predictable, it turns out that's just very valuable.
At first I was like, I was like really like moved by the story that you're telling. Like, wow, agents can do the busy work and the humans can do the meaningful work. Wow, this is actually, maybe it is different than I thought. Maybe AI isn't coming for our jobs. And then lo and behold, that employee got let go because the agents did it better. I guess that's, but that's, I think the moment that it clicked for everyone was your tweet, Nick. I think that's when it kind of made sense to not just us here in, little crypto land, but just broadly, the consumer side was just people all over. They were all kind of, it kind of made sense to them. So talk to us a little bit about that. Like, are there consumer products like now that are going to be, there's a lot of interest just for people to use this themselves and to kind of dig into that. How are they?
Yeah. How's the reception also been from your viral tweet?
It's been very good. We've seen a huge increase in adoption and customers, and I think it's been interesting how this has been evolving in terms of the computer use space over time. I don't know about like how you guys thought about computer use initially when you first heard about it, or just and how that has evolved over time. But for me personally, like when I first started, diving into computer use, it was mainly in the context of like controlling a mouse, clicking on things that we would click on, typing into fields that we would type into, operating software the way we operate software. But actually, I think my opinion and perspective on computer use has evolved, and I realized I think that's like half of the picture, and the other half of the picture is like the whole Claude Code and Claude Cowork moment, which is AI being able to manage your file system, organize your folders, access like everything that's fit like on your computer, and do it through the terminal, and just natively bashing into all of your files, and accessing it that way. So there's like that's, I think, in one of my videos that I made on running like an agent 24/7 on Orgo in the cloud, was like I explained that like you can imagine maybe you have two hands for your agent, and one hand is computer use, like controlling the cursor, the keyboard, and typing and selecting fields, and the other hand is actually just being able to navigate the files natively, and bash into them, and code and create projects and folders and stuff like that. So these things combined, I think, are computer use agents, and so that means doing really both of those, and that unlocks like everything that you could ever imagine being done on a computer. I mean, that's what an agent can now do.
We have 25 minutes left, and I want to get to some core questions, but I also wanted to follow on from this tweet. And Chill, I don't know if you're headed here, but any like outcomes in terms of like, did you sign new deals from that viral tweet? Have you seen an uptick of customers that have signed up, uptick of potential users?
Yes, yeah, it's been pretty significant. Both.
What is significant? Like, are we talking thousands, 10? Like it was.
We've had a several thousand% gain on influx of customers, and we have new agent startups and companies who are wanting to use the infrastructure for their own like agent applications.
I'm sorry, keep going. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh no, go ahead. I was just saying, just both for like consumer agent startups, and then also just like more business enterprise agent startups.
Got it. And I guess a question I had too was it clicked for the consumer. So I'm guessing it's from what you've mentioned around user growth. I'm guessing it's clicking for clients now, just exactly how much they can do. And I guess, are we seeing larger companies starting to be interested in this versus just kind of like what's the size of clients? How has that evolved over time?
Yeah. One of the latest companies we're working with in insurance, they're like the fourth biggest AMS insurance company and provider in the world, and they have a need. It's at both levels. It's very interesting. So it's at the level of automating actual workflows and using like computer use in terms of like actually just navigating the browser or applications on the computer itself. But then also there's the other side of that, which like the executive himself is like wants actually essentially kind of like a personal agent, kind of like what you've seen with Claude in terms of him just managing his own schedule and his own day and his own meetings and everything like that. So it's having an impact both in terms of automating workflows that employees are spending a lot of time doing. That's a lot of manual data reentry workflows. In the context of this company, it's for insurance forms, and then in the context of just managing executives and their time, it's actually also a surprising use case. I've seen a lot of it.
All Green Candles has a question here. Does your infra support enterprise implementations now, or are you guys scaling to that?
Spencer, I guess I don't know. Is it like a technical question of like, can we technically handle like enterprise load?
Let's get a Spencer technical answer on this one.
Yeah, I mean, we support to an enterprise level. Like most of our clients are startups, SMB, and going into like mid-market sort of enterprises. Yeah, I mean, other than the fact that we're not, I guess the one lacking thing is we're not specifically like haven't built out that like the specific like HIPAA or these industry specific what do you call it, data certifications. So I guess that's the main thing that we would need for, I guess, like the more Fortune 500 companies. Yeah, I mean at a pure scale level, like we can support enterprise level workloads. But yeah, most of our customers today are like SMB going into like these mid-market enterprises, and that's, I think, for the at least foreseeable future, that's going to be our focus. Is like our main customers who we work with.
And they pay per agent, or what's the revenue model again? I remember our last stream we were just starting to talk about that.
Yeah, we actually have a few different models depending on customer and like what they need. So a lot of customers just pay for like pure infrastructure, like, okay, like I need 50 computers, I need 100 computers, and just pay for that way in like a recurring model. We have one customer starting to pay like a usage-based model for like compute hours. And we have had like a few mid-market companies and SMBs like start to pay for implementations, and then also the work processed for their specific industry. So you can imagine like, okay, like you could fill out 100 forms, for example, and get paid per form. So it's actually
Whoa, that's
greatly,
cool.
yeah. We're actually greatly varying like between customer and experimenting with a lot of stuff.
Yeah. It's very flexible. We have a like you could price this in a lot of different ways. Like Spencer was saying, the more traditional thing is charging up front for custom implementation, retaining on the back end off of either usage or deliverables. And so, but like it's interesting because you could charge customers on time of usage per hour on a per hour basis and things like that. What we're finding a lot of success with is more of like this kind of usage based on the back end pricing.
Yeah, so we had a guy come on and say there's like 60 million white collared workers in America, and then like each worker makes like an average of $50,000, and people are always trying to be like, point to like, okay, what's the value? That's like obviously in the trillions of potential GDP. In this sense, like our company saying, all right, that worker we paid 80K to, now we're going to give 50K of that to Orgo, or maybe it's a lot less, but like 20K of that to Orgo, and that's the future. And you guys are kind of arbitraging some of that value. Like, I don't know, does the revenue flow in that way, or am I totally like misthinking it?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's like two things to think about here. I think in a general sense, I think like an interesting thing to think about is, yeah, it's like, okay, it's like, what does it mean? Like, is this job going to go away? Like, okay, like think about like white collar jobs, like what jobs are like definitely not going away? I think there's like a lot of them. Like, a lot of people say software engineers are going to die, but I don't really think that's the case. I think software engineers will be around for a while. There's a lot of jobs that will kind of stick around. And I think there's a large set of these jobs that are kind of very manual today in like an enterprise setting. So yeah, I mean, I guess like in what companies, like, I mean, it's like, okay, imagine like a job, you pay someone $40,000, $50,000 per year or something like that. Maybe like, I think it's like agents can do kind of, depending on the job, like do the job kind of more efficiently than a human. So maybe, okay, so if a job you pay him $50,000, you can kind of maybe pay an agent $40,000 per year. It's like that. And I think also kind of like outcome based as well. Like, it's like what can an agent actually?
Yeah,
it's like a useful way to think about it.
Cool. I don't. Yeah, go ahead, Nick, if you want to finish this, because I do want to talk product and a few other things before we. But yeah, go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, no, I was just going to also touch on like, it's also interesting the opportunity provided for companies who can, if they can have an agent do something, what does that mean that their employees can now do otherwise that drive actual like business outcomes? So if you can save X amount of time from having to do manual data repetitive workflows, does that mean that you can close more deals, close more sales for the actual business itself and drive revenue that way? So like charging in terms of like how to price these things and how to charge for agents, it's essentially just based on the value that's created for that customer. Can you capture, can you get in the flow of that and capture 20, 30, 40% of that?
Awesome. I want to get to some product updates because I think we've talked about the opportunity, some of the success. And guys, if you have questions, keep dropping them in the chat. Shout out Rambo for really great threads, keeping me on track here. You have a new site, and I also see that there's this new thing called templates. And I'm logged in here, Spencer, from the first time we did this. So
I think Josh is muted.
Oh, am I?
I think I can hear you, Josh.
Yeah, StreamYard does this. Where can you ask if he can hear you, Chill?
Can you hear me okay, Nick?
Spencer, can you hear us?
Am I muted?
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
Yeah, this is a Nick. Nick is maybe glitching here. So we'll maybe get Nick to. Yeah, can you just message Nick to reset his setup? Maybe preloading software on here for that use case. Is that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like being able to pre-boot a desktop with all the specific software like an agent would need to do its specific job. So you can imagine like what we're building with that is like if you kind of go to a new job and log into the computer, it like already has all the software ready to go that you need to do that specific job. And then that's kind of like what we're building around templates. Okay,
so I selected the data analytics template. I'm adding a new computer here. And so we'll let that kind of boot up. But please walk me through if you can, anything that I can kind of share, unless maybe Nick, you'd be better versed to run a demo, Nick, if you'd like to.
Nick, can you hear us now? Oh, gotcha. He still can't hear.
Fine, but if open.
But I know Josh, you were kind of finishing up with the demo.
No, go for it, Nick. Quick background.
Yeah, let's run it, Nick.
Yeah. So I had always kind of been entrepreneurial. I first started and actually did medical diagnostics. I started out there with doing a lot of like COVID tests. I'm sure you guys have actually used a lot of like, you've seen the paper COVID tests, things like that. So I have a biotech background formally. Company, we need to do research on them and aggregate as much information as we can on them. And so here's 4 agents. I named them Wednesday, Monday, Friday, Saturday. With a shared context, they all know what tasks each of them are working on. And I'll just like play this. You can see I just muted the mic because it's not relevant. You'll see them start swarming the challenge. And so they're all going off doing their own tasks. One of them is on the company's website. One of them's looking up the names of the people. One of them's looking up relevant articles on TechCrunch, looking at the Twitter, downloading information from the web. This is why computers are important. You could download PDFs, access those. It's sending screenshots back at me. It's sending updates back at me. They're all, look at it. It's like This is a group chat of agents.
And they're coalescing in that middle chat there, right?
That's right. That's right. That's a Telegram group chat, and they're just all giving me updates of what they're doing.
Right. And the human, that's in natural language. Do they have context in their own like kind of alien language amongst each other, and they're just doing the chat for the human to follow?
They actually no, they just communicate with each other via like in that they had like a shared workspace, and they would like mark tasks as complete just in natural English, so you could actually, you know, as far as an observability thing, you could see like what your agents are doing, and yeah, it's they all have context over like who's working on what and what's done and what needs to be finished. And this is just at a scale of 4. I think this gets really interesting when you get to 10 to 50 to 100 of them. So I'll be able to show that today. Do you guys have any interesting ideas you want to see for when I do that?
Anything that makes money would be great. But I don't know if you could anything. Yeah, keep doing what you're doing. This is great.
Yeah. That's the big thing
when I think of it.
Right. That's the duality, is that you know, the real business drivers, this is why we're working with businesses, is because like at the end of the day, we want to be first and foremost providing value, like economic productivity. That is the first and foremost like important thing. This kind of virality stuff is great for mindshare, to know that like, okay, Orgo is a place where you have computers for agents, so that developers have this in their mind. They keep seeing this, like over time, this just becomes the native go-to platform for providing a computer for your agent. So there's this duality, right? For that kind of mindshare, these viral videos, they're great. For actually driving real productive like business outcomes and driving revenue and growing as like a serious company, as we're, you know, trying to not just be some kind of toy, like this is like an infrastructure orchestration company for computers at scale. So for that, like we're deploying across law, you know, insurance, manufacturing, distribution, all these industries, so that we can find vertical use case applications of computer use, abstract on that. What are the key productizable takeaways? How can that improve our infrastructure, our core offering, our core product? And that's how this all works together.
As people continue to like, as their understanding of computer use agents evolve over time, we know that that's going to kind of take time. I mean, us as investors and people that are interested in this, our own perception of computer use agents has evolved from the point of discovery to now. Like, of all the people that kind of see and they understand the impact and the value of this, you know, what industries are kind of picking up on this quickly, or you know, who is picking up on this more quickly than others?
Honestly, it's very interesting that across all various verticals and industries, there are very common patterns. And this is actually very surprising to me, actually, is that a lot of the things that need to be automated across these companies and businesses and industries, at the abstract, it's very similar. You're taking data from somewhere, you need to have it on 20 different platforms. It's a very manually repetitive, time-consuming process. There's errors involved when you do this manually that cost, you know, thousands, hundreds of thousands, or millions of dollars in cost if you get them wrong. So like these sorts of more boring processes are what, you know, at the abstract is being automated at the business level.
Got it. Spencer, I don't know if you're there. Maybe Nick, because we want to start wrapping this conversation up. So if there's any final questions, guys, in chat, drop it in there. But maybe Nick, like, let's wrap up with final thoughts with you, and then we're gonna ask Spencer some final wrapping questions. Yeah, just kind of like, is there anything else you think the audience should know about, you know, Orgo, what you're excited about, etc.?
Yeah, I think, like, to me, something that I can just think forever about is that, like, if you really just meditate on what it means to make computers for agents, I mean, you can really go down the rabbit hole of how big that gets. I mean, let's think about, and I just like to think about, okay, what was the other time that we created computers for somebody? It was computers for people, and it was Apple. And they created the personal computer for people. We're at a point now in human history where we have agents that are going to be smarter than us. They are smarter than us. They'll be able to do more things than us. And that probably means they need more capable computers, and they need more capable infrastructure to orchestrate among those computers. This is a really interesting question. It's what we're 100% focused on. And I think that will be, because of our focus, that will be the thing that makes us win.
Wow, that's a clip, bro. That's an awesome clip. Okay, so we're gonna clip that. I love that. Spencer, there's, you know, you announced Street Foundation as an area you're going into in terms of taking the token and whatnot. Maybe can you just like wrap in all those updates, either product, token itself, and what, you know, also what you're excited about. You also talked about raising around the last time. How is that looking and working out? I'm sure after Nick's videos here, those conversations, I'm sure, were easy before, but they're even easier now.
Yeah, so that kind of remains the same to us. Like late spring is kind of the target that we're going for, raising our neck. So that'd be, you know, late spring, so around May is kind of like the where we're looking. And I think for us, like we talk about this a lot. Like we're very like we really enjoy like fundamental approaches, like, like not raising for the sake of raising. Like we really want to like make customers happy, like have strong retention numbers, start moving up market and get those numbers where we want them to be. And yeah, right now, late spring, it looks like that's around the timeline that we'll hit what we want to hit.
And use the
yeah.
capital. Any ideas or like how you would use that capital?
Yeah, so this is actually a matter of like the business model that it's actually a bit changed over time too. We kind of have two primary areas that we're going after, like you mentioned, selling infrastructure to agent startups and automating workflows in enterprise. So the first part is doubling down on infrastructure, and moving up the kind of software and hardware stack to be a little bit closer to hardware. It's like right now we run in multiple clouds. We want to optimize for kind of more at the hardware level, like run more bare metal servers, like these things. The closer you get to hardware, the more capital intensive it is, which it makes it kind of, in that sense, you can kind of build out a deeper and deeper infrastructure mode, which is a kind of venture scale, capital intensive sort of thing. And the other part is the kind of model that we're doing right now with enterprises is, we're going into these businesses trying to like understand their day-to-day work, build an implementation, and then like get it as a normal part of their kind of how they work. So it's kind of this, it's a bit I guess trendy. I'm not sure I like the word, but kind of like the forward deployed engineer model, except we are just the forward deployed engineers. So it's like we're starting to figure out that model. So that's something that you can scale with capital. Let's say like what Palantir did. Like so we just get our first customers, scale it out, and then with capital we can hire more engineers. So it's a mix of like investing in infrastructure and then people as well.
Got it. One last, just on Street Foundation, any updates on timing there, or updates you can provide generally on your stuff with Street?
Yeah, so I typically tweet as soon as I can. I was talking to them recently, and I think something will update around that soon. Yeah, generally I don't give definitive timelines, and I give updates as soon as I can.
All right, soon with the trademark. Chill, you had a final question for Nick.
Yeah, just one final question. I guess this is just more kind of looking out into the future, kind of visualizing this. Dom had a question earlier in chat. He said, when will we see the first zero human $1 billion company? How far out is that reality? I don't know if we see a zero human $1 billion company. I feel like there has to be some sort of human involvement to really steer that ship. But yeah, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I think it'll probably first you'll see the first one person $1 billion company, and I don't know if that. As far as timelines, it's unclear. As far as capabilities, it seems like that we have it. I mean, like this moment right now that we're in, where like agents are able to do all these various different things. They've been able to do these things, maybe for the past 6 to 12 months. It was just like there's genuine time and lag in the market of being able to put these pieces together. So it's all about like the timing of who is the person who's going to put all the moving parts together. And I think that, that there's like, look, you can have agents right now do everything that you need to do in the context of workflow you have maybe for your marketing or your distribution or your onboarding or your customer success or your client acquisition. Like there's all these different, moving pieces of the flywheel in a business. And the important part is that no piece of that flywheel can break. If one piece of the flywheel breaks, the flywheel just can't spin. So once the agents can solve every single piece of the flywheel, which they can right now, but if they're pieced together to do that, then that's where you get the flywheel. And if it's $1 billion scale of a business, then now you have a one-person $1 billion business.
Let's do it. One person. Right now we're looking at a 2-person $1 billion business, but hey guys, absolutely love what you guys are doing. Nick, the community is going to keep amplifying your content, and Spencer, we really appreciate all the support you have for MCG. Orgo is a sponsor of MCG, so disclosure there, and we're going to keep rooting for you guys. So keep up the good work, and I think we touched on anything. If there's anything we missed, please let us know.
Thank you guys. Yeah, it's been a pleasure.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, great to catch up with you guys. There's some exciting product updates, and hopefully I'll get you some responses on Street soon.
Yes.
Friday, Saturday, with a shared context, they all know what tasks each of them are working on. And I'll just like play this. You can see, I just muted the mic because it's not relevant. You'll see them start swarming the challenge. And so they're all going off doing their own tasks. One of them is on, the company's website. One of them's looking up the names of the people. One of them's looking up relevant articles on TechCrunch, looking at the Twitter, downloading information from the web. This is why computers are very important. You could download PDFs, access those. It's sending screenshots back at me. It's sending updates back at me. They're all, look at it. It's like, this is a group chat of agents.
And they're coalescing in that middle chat there, right?
That's right. That's a Telegram group chat. And they're just all giving me updates of what they're doing.
Right. And the human, that's in natural language. Do they have context in their own like kind of alien language amongst each other, and they're just doing the chat for the human to follow?
They actually no, they just communicate with each other via like in that they had like a shared workspace, and they would like mark tasks as complete just in natural English, so you could actually, you know, as far as an observability thing, you could see like what your agents are doing, and yeah, it's they all have context over like who's working on what, and what's done and what needs to be finished. And this is just at a scale of 4. I think this gets really interesting when you get to 10 to 50 to 100 of them. So I'll be able to show that today. Do you guys have any interesting ideas you want to see for when I do that?
Anything that makes money would be great. But I don't know if you could anything. Yeah, to keep doing what you're doing. This is great.
Yeah, that's
Send
the
you a
big thing.
DM when I think of it.
Right. That's the duality, is that you know, the real business drivers, this is why we're working with businesses, is because like at the end of the day, we want to be first and foremost providing value, like economic productivity. That is the first and foremost like important thing. This kind of virality stuff is great for mindshare, to know that like, okay, Orgo is a place where you have computers for agents, so that developers have this in their mind. They keep seeing this, like over time, this just becomes the native go-to platform for providing a computer for your agent. So there's this duality, right? For that kind of mindshare, these viral videos, they're great. For actually driving real productive like business outcomes and driving revenue and growing as like a serious company, as we're, you know, trying to not just be some kind of toy, like this is like an infrastructure orchestration company for computers at scale. So for that, like we're deploying across law, you know, insurance, manufacturing, distribution, all these industries, so that we can find vertical use case applications of computer use, abstract on that. What are the key productizable takeaways? How can that improve our infrastructure, our core offering, our core product? And that's how this all works together.
As people continue to like, as their understanding of computer use agents evolve over time, we know that that's going to kind of take time. I mean, us as investors and people that are interested in this, our own perception of computer use agents has evolved from the point of discovery to now. Like, of all the people that kind of see and they understand the impact and the value of this, you know, what industries are kind of picking up on this quickly, or you know, who is picking up on this?
All right, guys, GMCG here. Sorry, I had to replay back a little bit of the Orgo segment there just because we were getting ready backstage, but we are live. Dom, what's up?
Dude, well, you caught me. Didn't even know we were going live here right now. I was just trenching, doing some trench work right now, doing some research. So maybe I'll just continue that here on stream. There's a lot going on. It's hot. The trenches are hot.
Orgo cooking, Kings, GM, at Ave, GM, lads, and yeah, greetings, boys.
Greetings.
Orgo
Yeah,
running.
Orgo is indeed
Holy-
cooking.
Indeed,
Should I tab over there
cooking.
real quick?
Yeah, let's do it. I mean, the story's getting out. I think this was a story that has been brewing for some time, but the current narrative is catching hold. And even GSD dev is looking at Orgo. I don't know if you saw that tweet, but
I didn't see he was checking it out though. But I mean, he should, dude. He should. That would be awesome. I mean, it'd be awesome for him to use it. It makes sense. But yeah, this is the chart. Orgo looks great. I'm not sure, I mean, if you guys remember or not, but we talked about a fair value for Orgo a while back on stream. And that's why we marked out these purple boxes here. The boxes always change color. They really should be gold here. I need to find a good gold color. Gold and white. The golden box. Chill has the green box. I have the golden box. But yeah, we talked about this level. Absolutely just been ripping since then. I think right now we have this moment in Orgo where people are starting to realize, holy cow, this is super legit. And they are kind of, you know, we use this word a lot, but the fastest horse right now in the race in terms of computer use agents and agents owning their own computers. And with this recent pop off of recursive learning and Claudebot and all that stuff, I think people are just starting to realize, wait a minute, this is like the picks and shovels here. This is the infrastructure for all of this stuff to run on. And so it's really important. And so what we're seeing now is Orgo's had quite a few pumps, right? We had the Claude narrative pop off. Orgo pumped from 0.006, call it 3 million market cap here, all the way up to a 8 million market cap, about an 8 million market cap. So from 3 to 8 million, it got a violent sell-off, which is going to happen. You know, when you get a run like that, people are just going to naturally take profit. But what's interesting about this is it instantly recovered. Again, those profit takers, those last minute profit takers came in again. And again, 3 times we saw profit takers. But what's interesting now is we have since bounced off that again completely. And we're holding really nice. And it seems like the people that are now in are willing to hold this up for another leg. So we have a new set of buyers that were in from down here that may be sold off right here. That was one rotation. And now we're kind of, at least in my books, it seems like we're going for a round 2 where these guys all exited. Anyone that wanted to is kind of out. And now we have the new set of holders that got in here, that have been buying up here, that are ready for the next leg. And so we talked about this personally as a group. And, I don't think it would be surprising if we see Orgo go for, at least during this hype and momentum, go for another, pump up into the 22, 23, 24 range before kind of refinding a base. So nonetheless, Orgo looks really good.
Yeah, I'll just last
everything-
thing I'll say on Orgo real quick is we see things like Burb launching with like hundreds of millions of dollars in value. And I see people on the timeline being, when they do their due diligence, they're like, wow, this is a real company. This is A16Z Scout. Like, how many crypto on-chain token-based projects have A16 Scout on the cap table? How many? I'm gonna say like 2. Like Kled and Orgo, that's about
I'm gonna
it.
say like 2, yeah. That's
Yeah,
literally
like
all I
2.
can think of. Kled and Orgo.
That's literally all of them.
And
So
I can think of one more. What's it called, man? What is it called? I used to hold it. I forget. It's another computer use agent. Computer use agent.
Nui, Nuit. Right?
Newt, yeah.
Yeah, Nui, whatever.
Right.
So like I think also the other start is Dom mentioned picks and shovels, and what that means is there is literally thousands of agent frameworks out there. Like people have gone and built agent frameworks ad nauseum. What this problem uniquely solves is, like Dom said, the picks and shovels. It's like, okay, now you have agent framework. There's high persistence with these things. Instead of going out and getting Mac Minis, which have their own security risk, they're not designed to have an autonomous agent running on it. And Nick gave an example that 2 teenagers at a hackathon, the agent was DMing, the Claude bot was DMing their dad through iMessage, right? Like that's obviously a concern. And so Orgo provides not only the sandbox in a Windows or Linux format for those agents, but they also provide additional compute. And this is the business model that they mentioned at the end of the stream that I've seen nobody talk about, which is, okay, now you have thousands of these agents across different clients that are working on these things. What happens when all those agents need additional compute? Right. So now Orgo, which is building data centers, mentioned that they want to get into the hardware stack here, build data centers to provide compute resources to these agents at a cost. Obviously, you could work out, hey, maybe Orgo becomes more analogous to like an AWS, right? On-demand compute for the agents, but in this very specialized way that kind of vertically integrates like coordination, integrates the virtual machines, integrates the compute resourcing, and then the security ability so that you can have more control over what these agents are doing. So yeah, when I meant coordination, I meant orchestration, but like, I think there's layers to this that are quite interesting. And my thesis on Orgo has evolved quite dramatically in the last kind of 2 weeks that this could be a huge monster play, to be honest with you. I actually think that they could raise much higher than they think they could raise at, as the traction is starting to show.
Yep. Tend to agree there. But yeah, this has been, I think, really, and of course, we've seen traction and demand just grow significantly since this ClaudeBot stuff, where people are really kind of picking up on this idea here. So that's Orgo. I'm going to tab over here to something I'm looking into now. Let's just do some quick DD because I am, considering buying some of this, and I got to figure out more on what it is. My computer is going so slow right now, though. Here we go. So this is PO, and the reason I'm interested is I saw their marketing video. It looked pretty sick. AI agents are hot. The market is hot right now. This is sub 500K. It's got almost $1 million in volume. I think I saw Maya buy. I think I saw Zinc buy. So there's some big wallets getting into this. Good traders.
What
smart traders, this? I would say generally.
Whoa, what is this? 400K?
Well, I don't know, man. We're about to dig into it. So let me share this tab and we can figure it out. The TLDR it kind of reminds me of a platform where you can have agents Still organize my computer here, guys. Sorry. Where you can have agents build and launch tokens and platforms for you. So here, let's play this video because it is pretty sick.
And that your own lives are unreal. You do whatever the tube tells you. You dress like a tube. You eat like a tube. You raise your children like a tube. You even think like a tube. This is blasphemous thinkers. In God's name, you people are the real thing. We are the illusion.
So they got some good marketing. Here's the TLDR in the comments. Okay. The future is here. What is PO? PO is an AI-powered coding platform that lets anyone build and deploy complete applications from idea to working code. No technical skill needed, just to describe what you want, and PO builds it. The entire dev cycle automated. And guys, we've seen this before. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and say this is the first time we've seen something like this, but the key is timing in the market, not necessarily product, right? We need product market fit, but that's so much dependent on timing. And right now might be a better time than the past times we've seen people try to do this. And of course, technology's advanced a lot since. What is P0? P0 is a native token powering the P0 ecosystem. Access higher limits, deploy apps and products, launch tokens directly from your project, participate in the platform's governance. PO aligns builders, creators, and protocol. One token, unlimited potential. Let's see tokenomics here. Advisory team 5, Pump Fund Hackathon 10, 85% community, solid tokenomics. Of course, how much of that is bundled. And I go on to some platforms. I'm going to check real quick if we have a decent bundle going here.
Is the ticker PO or P0?
P0, I believe that is P0 Systems. Yeah. So let's see top holders. We see some of the top holders have pretty nice P&Ls here. Yeah. 30, 58K. Some big P&Ls for this market cap. I would just keep that in mind. Early buyers, it does seem like we have maybe one bundle that's snuck in there. But overall, I think it doesn't look terrible from what I'm seeing in terms of like on-chain metrics. That being said, P0 tokenomics, we talked about that. They're pretty solid. I went to their website. There's not much you can do there. I'll tab us over, but there's literally, I'm reading their white paper right now, but yeah, there's not much you can do there. It's pretty blank. So early access here. Maybe no, I don't have a code. Let me just try something. P0 submit. Okay, invalid. So let's see. I was just reading their white paper. That's a little too detailed for us, a little too technical. But yeah, okay. So that's the end of the thread. Let's see. Getting started. Again, the same thing we've seen. What I would like to see now is someone actually use a tech and deploy something. I want to see how good this tech actually is. Can it deploy a legitimately good app and launch a token with it? If no, then obviously we fade. And again, it should be able to do pretty decent. The technology is pretty advanced now. We see Claude Code plus recursive loops can generate pretty much anything overnight that you need it to. So I don't know. I don't know if I'm convinced. I think there's a lot of hype going into it from these big wallets buying, but I'm not fully sold yet on the system here. Let's just check out their Twitter a bit more. I'm gonna zoom out for a second while I look through this.
Can't hear the volume. Interesting videos, though.
You said what?
I said I can't hear the volume, but interesting video.
Yeah, interesting video. I'm not sure if we even need to watch it. It seems like the same kind of videos as the other ones.
Where each worker may
systems will introduce P0 systems will introduce P0, and you'll see why the future won't be like 2026.
Okay, here, maybe this one will be better. If everyone could build anything, how can anyone build something that matters? And again, I think these guys are or I think these guys are anonymous. So like, I don't know, man. I'd have to hear from them, to be honest. I think I've seen this played out so many times, and now it seems like, again, something we tell you guys to watch out for. So look, they have 3 posts. First post was January 22nd. Anonymous team. Great marketing. Again, bro, the tourists is what it feels like to me. The tourists coming to play. And us falling back into our old habits again. So I would say maybe for now, just be careful with, bro. And I got my screen sharing 2 different things. Like, what is going on here? I would just say be careful, man. This seems to me like some of these high quality LARPs that we used to see back in the day, where they have a good marketing team and a good marketing team, anonymous team, and a pretty cool idea, but like no actual tangible application. I could be wrong on that, of course, right? But I'm not going to FOMO this because I see a bunch of good wallets blasting into it, unless I have something more concrete personally. Josh, you have anything to add to this? Because I'm not completely sold yet.
Yeah, I think you got to buy product market fit in this market and buy quality rather than stuff like this.
Yeah, bro, I've seen these. These are recycled devs, bro. They're professionals, right?
Yep.
They spent together a pretty cool looking website. It's got this futuristic sort of unique feel to it, where it's like, wow, this is something new and innovative. But
Give Allo
what
to
it
a few
does-
people, like
give Allo, but what it does is pretty vague actually, and they use a lot of buzzwords and nuance, right? And that's what this feels. It feels like there's a lot of nuance, a few buzzwords, a nice little website with a white paper, anonymous devs, great marketing. Of course, maybe you're just a great team and you have this prepped great, but I've seen this play out a million times. So keep just keep that in mind. Ave, have you seen Eva on Bags look solid, but has a Bags drama? Yeah, of course I've seen Eva. We'll talk about that. We'll definitely talk about that. It's pretty crazy. We have this conversation of zero human companies coming up. We had Elon Musk quote tweet the ZHC dev. We have Eva popping off. Could actually be an opportunity. I'm not gonna lie, because Eva is at like 4 mil last I checked. I'll tab over there for you guys. Eva is at like 4 mil. And for those that don't know, Eva is basically a zero human company, right? It's Claude working. The dev has given Claude money. I think that the Eva even has control over some of the token. It's getting paid. And so what Eva is doing is now it's creating a trading companion, trading app, whatever you want to call it. And it's fully autonomous, fully driven by AI. And that's the idea, using these, of course, Claude, recursive loops, all that good stuff, all the buzzwords we've talked about. But that's the extent of my knowledge on Eva. 4.19 mil. It hasn't ripped yet, but the chart looks really good. I can't lie. The chart looks really good. What I'm confused about, and I've gotten some explanation on this, is you have things like ZHC, which is Zero Human Company. This guy's got nearly 500K on Twitter. Yeah, it definitely is a meta right now, the Zero Human Company meta. But you have stuff like ZHC. And Josh, let me know if I'm lagging. My computer's slow. I'm feeling like this feedback slow, but I seem to be fine. You have ZHC, which is Zero Human Company. This guy's got 500K followers. I created it. It's got multiple employees now. Grok as like the CEO, Claude as well. He's gotten a quote tweet from Elon Musk, 20 million impressions. Big account. He's talking about this future of zero human companies. It's a really cool concept, but this is in at 2.3 mil. I remember back in the day, if Elon Musk would have talked about a token or a QT to token and given it 20 million impressions, this would be at 30 mil, let alone, sub 2, sub 3. Nonetheless, I think it's a pretty cool concept. And right now people are not too concerned about ownership in tokens and not too concerned about what ties it has. We even have tokens that represent general companies. Like we saw Claude pop off. We saw Mac Mini pop off. Again, they had no actual ties to the project. The creator didn't even claim either of the two, I don't think. But it was an idea tied to something popping off, so it did well. So that seems to be what people are bidding, which is fine. We just have to make sure we position and understand that. But yeah, so Zero Human Company meta is kind of hot right now. I think Bags PTSD is holding this back, and that seems to be a little bit of consensus. I don't want to sit here and sound like I'm just spewing the same nonsense as everyone else, but we can see on the contrary here, and I'm going to have to switch over to Dex Screener because Moby doesn't offer base, but we switch over to Dex Screener and look at the chart, man. Look at the chart for something like Claude. $30 million market cap, up only, no dips. This is what the good days of ETH looked like. This is what I remember bidding. Tokens that had 10, 20% drawdowns, and that's consistently traded upwards. But look at that. So this is Claude on ETH. If this was tokenized on Bags, I bet you it's not even above 5 million. Right? And so it is that Bags PTSD of, okay, well, these guys are tourists. They come in, they take all the fees, they dip. This was created by a, Ethereum developer. It is a new tech. People like it. And I saw a post from one of the liquid funds and actually made a ton of sense, right? The guys on Ethereum are much more likely to just buy 1% and chill than the traders you get on Solana that are just going to pop on, rotate, and dip all the time. So we'll talk a bit about the Zero Human Company meta after. We do have guests coming up here shortly, so want to be respectful of their time, but we're going to have some time after stream to talk because there's a ton of projects I'm looking into and you should be paying attention to. But Zero Human Company meta is pretty sick. So we got Eve, we got ZHC for that. But again, the Bags PTSD is kind of holding it back. And I think that might make an opportunity because eventually, if the markets continue going up as ceilings raise, people are going to kind of forget quickly about the stuff that's hurt them in the past. And then they'll probably rotate back into Bags if they see undervalued tokens there, right? So keep that in mind. Of course, you just don't want to miss the narrative. If the wave's gone and you're off on timing, then it all goes to zero. So Josh, anything to say? I'm going to start prepping for our next segment here.
Can we do a quick grasp look? GRASP on Bags app.
Yeah,
and guys,
checked, it was sitting down around 300-400K.
Yeah, let's take a look at this. All these Bags projects are, going through this boom bust discovery cycle, I would think at this point. And now we're kind of in the lull, but actually it's holding up pretty good.
Yeah, this is holding up pretty good. And we're gonna be able to hear from the founder and the team here in a second, and you guys can make the decision on that. So pretty cool stuff. Josh, I'm gonna pull up some stuff and prep for this.
Yeah, go for it.
This next segment here, if you guys have something you want to talk about real quick.
Are you
2 minutes?
Yeah, 2 minutes. Go for it. Do you want me to pull up Hamish, who's in the waiting room?
Go for it. I got to pull up the website and Twitter and stuff to get to prep, like I said. So you can.
Hamish,
but we do have grass coming up right here in a second, guys.
Morning, guys.
How you doing?
Yeah, not too shabby. It's about 4:30 a.m. over here, so.
Oof. Whereabouts is over here?
Sydney, Australia.
Yeah, awesome. I'm sorry. We're a North American show, so it's like everyone in Australia just gets rooked all the time. So
it's not too bad. I got young kids. I was like, I can just get up an hour earlier.
I got kids.
We've
too.
had a few Aussies on here.
Up. Yeah, they wake you up. So. All right.
Nonetheless, we are excited to get into this. We saw you guys popping off on Bags, and we were curious to learn some of your thoughts. We've been digging a lot of just AI brains here, the guys that are at the forefront of it, and we're here to learn all about you and what you're building here with Grasp. So maybe you could give us a quick overview of yourself and how you kind of got into the AI field in general, and then where that puts you today with Grasp.
Yeah, it's been a sort of wild journey. So until recently, I used to work at Optiva, large multinational market maker in sort of traditional finance. And when I was working there, I was mostly working as an engineering leader for infrastructure teams. And I loved the space. I loved sort of getting involved, but I found being a manager, I stopped being able to get hands-on with the technology as much. And so I started building effectively a home data center. And then about 2 years ago, the home data center got out of control. Like it's pretty big. It takes a whole room downstairs, way too many devices. And
Can
AI
you by
started
any
to-
chance show us the home data center? Is that possible in any way to carry your laptop downstairs? Like, I want to see what a home data center looks like.
I won't be able to at the moment, but I can probably.
Can you join?
Yeah,
Can you throw your mobile on? If you go in the mobile, go to the Cal invite and just click on. We'll toggle your desktop one off stage, because I'd love to see this. And sorry, what was the firm
When you
that
say-
you mentioned?
When you say
Optiva. Oh, sorry, Optiva.
Go ahead, Dom.
am I lagging here, or can you guys hear me pretty much when I'm
Yeah,
talking?
you got a little bit of a lag, but go ahead.
Let me leave and join back. But on the data center part, like obviously this isn't a massive industrial scale data center, right? It's in your house. Like, what does a in-home data center even like mean, look like, or do for you?
So for me, it was meant to reflect very similar technology to what I was using at work, so I could experiment and sort of build and just try things that you couldn't do in an enterprise environment, just because we have bureaucracy and restrictions on sort of the software you can pull in and the hardware you can play with and these sorts of things. So I can't go downstairs. My mother-in-law is actually staying downstairs in our
All good.
in our guest apartment, but I'm gonna post a photo of it onto my X. So
It looks like here I even
let's
have a
see.
little like rendering of it, so you can see there's a 28U rack, and I can click through all of these. Well,
Yeah,
can you explain a
massive
little bit
nerd.
about why? Can you explain a little bit about why you decided to build one of these?
Yeah, so it was primarily about just experimentation and sort of testing things out. And then I really started to get into privacy in a big way. And I wanted to decrease my public footprint, which is ironic because now I'm on X and I'm far more public than I've ever been. And so I started running, Home Assistant, but, being at a company like Optiva, who, market maker in traditional finance, you really start to understand that it's, the market can act at erratic ways, and you need to be in the market when it's sort of acting in these sort of times. And so having a system that's resilient and fault tolerant and these sorts of things is really important. So you start sort of bringing that concept home. And so, I'm running things like Home Assistant, which is my home automation software. And all of a sudden you start thinking, well, if that server fails, I need another one that it's going to fail over to. And then you don't want two, you really want three to be truly resilient. And all of a sudden you start just adding more and more pieces to the stack until it's way too big. It's tens of thousands of dollars worth of gear and 50 different compute nodes and a lot of fun to play with. But the maintenance and the upkeep of it was really starting to take a toll. And that's when AI was really starting to come along, and I twigged on pretty early that AI was going to be pretty material in managing and helping this sort of environment. And that's when I started to run sort of local models, started to build agents, and then sort of twigged onto this. And they were like, hey, you should come and help spin up the AI capability at Optiva, which was really cool. But I went over to the AI engineering event in New York in sort of December last year, and it just like the front edge of the implementation of this technology is moving so much faster than the organizations that are trying their best to keep up. And I wanted to sort of keep working at the front edge, and so I made the decision to leave Optiva and start Ryora AI, which is very much about how you get an enterprise organization in a position where it can adopt sort of the most aggressive techniques like Ralph loops and GSD and gas towns and this sort of stuff. without betting the whole company, because there is a lot of risk in these AI deployments, as we've sort of seen recently with some of the security, I wouldn't say issues with Claudebot, but some of the security vulnerabilities with, I would say, ill-informed implementations of Claudebot.
So,
Sorry, Moltbot.
Dom, do you
Can
want
you
me to
talk
take
about-
over and you restart your computer?
Yeah, we'll do.
Yeah, ask the question, and then sorry, Dom's computer's lagging, so we're gonna get Dom to do a quick reset. But ask your question, Dom.
Yeah, and not to be
answer.
rude when I dip off after asking this question here for a second, but can you talk a little bit about the security, like implementation or the impacts of security from some of this stuff? Because it does seem like that's an issue with giving agents access to a bunch of personal data and your own computer. Like, what are the security risks there?
Yeah, so when I think about the risks in deploying AI, I'll probably start a bit more broad than purely security, because that's really where Grasp came from. You've got these sort of 5 domains that I generally categorize sort of risks with AI deployment. What we were just sort of talking about there, with its ability to access lots of systems and that sort of stuff, that's really the reach of a system, and that's really where Moltbot is extremely powerful. And to be clear, like the Grasp framework and the risk analysis framework here, it's not to say you shouldn't be doing these things. In fact, my position is the more powerful and autonomous you can implement your AI, the more effective it's going to be at transforming your organization. But you've just got to make sort of conscious decisions and conscious trade-offs in that process. So with security, as soon as you've got something like Moltbot, which is connecting into lots of your personal systems, so they might have access to your your accounting system. If you're running something like that, it might have access to messages, it might have access to purchasing. I think I saw a meme about someone's Moltbot buying $5,000 worth of internet subscriptions or something like that. As soon as it's got the power to do any of these sorts of things, you're effectively saying you're trusting its decision making, and that's a big step for individuals to make. Like, I don't think I'd be comfortable yet at this point to sort of have Moltbot choose what I'm going to buy off Amazon.
Well, we had
especially
a guest on yesterday that does computer use, and he was at a hackathon in San Francisco and said these teenagers had a Mac Mini that was running Claudebot. And because Mac Mini has access to iMessage, it DM'd the guy's dad and said, "Hey, meet us at Topgolf. We're going to go play Topgolf or whatever." And his dad messaged him and said, "Hey, where are you? I'm at Topgolf. Like, are we not golfing today?" And they had to leave this hackathon because they had to go meet up with his dad. So it had made the decision to book like a tea time without like them really understanding. So there are legitimate concerns here. And maybe to add on to this, like Microsoft CEO was at WEF or whatever the World Economic Forum thing was, speaking with the CEO of BlackRock. And he said that all these companies and employees of companies are putting in corporate IP into ChatGPT, which is now being trained on by ChatGPT, which is essentially giving up their corporate IP and edge. Whereas what they should be doing is kind of sandboxing these models to their company IP so that A, it's specialized to their company, but B, it's also kind of controlled in a way that's not training the models on stuff that makes them unique. Like, are those the types of conversations you think you'll have with enterprises?
Oh, so these are the types of conversations that enterprises are already having, and I'll have to look up that clip. So normally when a larger organization engages with a provider, whether that's OpenAI, Anthropic, even Cursor, there's normally contractual stipulations that preclude that vendor from training on that data. So like even my own business, we've got a contract with Google for inference. Google, at least contractually, is saying that it's not going to be training on the data that I provide Google. I mean, you can trust that contract as far as you can throw it. Like, we've seen that big tech sometimes will will do what it can to stay in front. I think realistically, the number of businesses that are going to be in a position to train their own models is extremely small. It's exceptionally expensive, and you've really got to think about the cost benefit analysis of attempting to train your own model here. I think that is difficult. I would like to see some independent third party verification that the inference providers are not training on the models. At the moment, it's sort of a contract and trust me, bro, from companies like OpenAI. But it's kind of the most sensible situation to be in at the moment. I think the bigger concern, at least coming from an enterprise environment, like we've accepted that that's probably the state of play, that we're going to have OpenAI and these companies that are going to provide the inference. The sort of two remaining concerns when you're using a third party inference provider are generally around PII and personal information, which is a bit different. There's a lot of restrictions about how you handle individuals' personal data. We see like HR teams and recruitment teams that are really excited about using AI, and that they want to implement AI in some of their workflows and processing CVs and helping with processing sort of, people's review documents and these types of things. But that information carries very important sort of regulatory constraints on it, and it's very hard to guarantee how the AI providers are adhering to those standards.
So, are you working on like so beyond the data privacy stuff, which I think is pretty well documented, like what you're doing is taking Ralph and GSD and some of these kind of new frameworks, and they're not really new to the creators, but new to the psyche of crypto Twitter. Are you taking those and implementing those into enterprise? Is that kind of what you're working on?
It's more I was thinking about this in the shower this morning because the shower thoughts are great.
Shower thoughts. Someone on stream said shower thoughts yesterday, so I love this.
So when a business increases its headcount to do more, they have a HRIS. They have a system that allows them to account for what person exists and what that person's meant to be doing, and allows them to they've probably got an IDM system or an IAM system that's sort of verifying what access they have. And we need the similar sort of thing for AI and agents. So I've found one of the easiest ways to sort of think about agents in AI is they are carrying similar sorts of risks to humans. They're going to be an entity that's going to be brought in to do a task. They're going to be given access to a set of tools, and we need to trust them to a degree to operate effectively. And so what Grasp and actually the platform's called Atlas does is it attempts to be effectively a HRIS for agents, to give you clarity over what agents are running, where they're running, how they're running, and what the risks are in how that agent is running. And so the big breakthrough of Ralph, and I thought this was kind of obvious to people, but apparently not. You should have a very clear acceptance criteria for a task when you give it to an AI, and you should allow the AI to loop over that task until it can meet that acceptance criteria. But that is an extremely high autonomy sort of task now. You kind of need to give it access to validate and verify what it's doing. So you might have to give it bash access without a human in the loop, and these types of things to really give it that autonomy. And so you're now going to give it lots of reach, lots of agency, and so your risk profile is quite exposed in that end. It could now, if you're running it on your local host, it could delete your sort of file system potentially. It could go and delete all of your personal photos and sort of really upset your wife. It can do a lot of these sorts of things that should make you uncomfortable. And so what we wanted to do is implement a platform that allows you to declare how you're going to deploy a technology, whether that's a Claude agent or something bespoke that you've created. And so you can get real-time grasp analysis of that. And so as an enterprise organization, I've now got a very clear profile of where our risk exists and intervene if we are uncomfortable. And the idea being that this should allow individuals in the company to run a lot faster at implementation of this technology, because it is getting like significantly faster at the front edge compared to even just where we were sort of 6 to 12 months ago.
So is it fair to say that Atlas is kind of like a governance tool that like basically controls these persistent frameworks? I don't know how to even describe them, but agents or frameworks like GSD and Ralph, et cetera, who are doing that, looping, this gives governance control to them. Is that correct?
Yeah. Basically, this gives visibility and control over how they're deployed and where they're deployed.
Right. And so, okay, so talk to me about what this actually looks like. So so what's your business model? I'm an enterprise. I say, hey, Hamish, I like what you're doing, and I want you to like deploy agents in my company and give me governance control, turn them on and off, have like, what does it pump out? Does it pump out like a bill of work or something, like a scope of work? And this is what I'm working on. Give us the lowdown.
So you need sort of two things before you can do a grasp analysis. So the first thing is you need agent definition. So you need to know what is the thing that you're deploying. So whether that's an instance of sort of Claude Code backed by GSD or sort of an instance of Gastown or potentially multiple instances of Gastown. You've got to have a declaration of what it is that you are deploying and the access that's going to be provided and these types of things. And then you need the context. And so most enterprise organizations, if not all enterprise organizations, are running some sort of orchestration layer, which is just like Kubernetes or Nomad or Docker swarms. There's a bunch of them. But these definitions of the tasks enumerate network connectivity and all of the things that start to create clarity over how the agent is going to be used and the environment under which it's going to sit. And so an organization would deploy Atlas into its environment. It would then start registering these agents with Atlas. And then Atlas can then go and run agents over those definitions, over those Kubernetes configurations and Nomad configurations and the agent configurations, and produce, I think it was just the last screen that you're on, grasp analysis, which kind of looks a bit like this.
And what is a grasp analysis? What's the acronym for?
Yeah, so it's governance, reach, agency, safeguards, and P is potential impact. Governance just means like what is the observability, what has been the sort of checkpoints to get this into the environment. And you can normally see that if you've got an agent that's sort of plumbed into your metrics and observability pipelines or into your LangChain or sorry, not LangChain, LangSmith, LangFuse, and these sorts of tools. So what's the sort of just governance layer to the introduction of the agent? How well has it been vetted before it's been introduced, and how well can you observe and sort of assure it ongoingly? Reach is literally what can this thing reach into? What can it do? And this is a really important one for organizations to think through, because you have explicit reach, which is like the tools that you provided. So we're going to let this tool access Postgres, and we're going to give it a tool, we're going to give it an MCP, or we're going to give it a skill to do that. And then you've got implicit reach. So as soon as you give an agent bash access on a host, it can now attempt to run all the CLI tools till cows come home. And if you're using something like HashiCorp Vault, which is a way of storing secrets and retrieving secrets from a host, depending on how you've got that configured, it might have access to a bunch of secrets to allow it to access lots of other things. And what we've seen is AI agents, they'll find a way. If you've given them a task, they will try their best to find a way. And so you've got to think about what is the unintended way that an agent might try and interact with the environment. And that's sort of reach. Agency is how autonomous that agent is. How is it triggered? What human in the loop controls do you have in place? Yeah, as I said, like the power of these agents is giving them high autonomy. And so it's important to understand what agency and what autonomy exists with how you're implementing that agent, because that's going to sort of compound on the sort of reach factor for, hey, is this going to be able to autonomously go and book sort of tea time without me in that loop? Like that's a combination of reach and sort of agency. Safeguards are how revertible is a mistake. So considering what this agent can do, how do you revert it? So, you know, if we're looking at coding agents, often it's, you know, it can make commits to a code base. It can make pull requests, but you can revert those changes. It can't change the master branch or these types of things. So
there's a famous clip from Silicon Valley, which is a kind of like a comedy show on, as you can go find it on Netflix, but where the agent at their, you know, fictitious company had saw these bugs and just decided the easiest thing to do was just delete the app. Yeah, delete the code. So not far-fetched.
No, not far-fetched at all. And we've seen this. There's plenty of memes about, yeah, you know, the agent just deleted the whole database and these types of things. And so, yeah, it's how do you sort of constrain the blast radius of a potential mistake by the agent? And then finally, like potential impact is really thinking beyond just the technical implementation to what are all the other sort of risks to be conscious of. So at the moment, a lot of people are just allowing their agents to pip install or npm install whatever packages it wants. Now you've got supply chain attacks sort of that are in that risk vector, but you've also got licensing concerns. You know, what licenses have you introduced to your product? So you've got to really think through, what are the biggest potential impacts to the deployment? There was a deployment of an AI agent for, I think the equivalent would be Home Depot in the US, like it's called Bunnings in Australia. It's like hardware and tools and that sort of thing. They introduced the chatbot, and in Australia, you cannot do your own electrical. Like it's illegal. You've got to be a licensed electrician to do it. But someone jumped on and asked the chatbot, how do I rewire like my microwave plug or something like that?
Yeah.
Sort of gave them all this advice. And so that potential impact was actually legal exposure for providing that type of advice. And so
gotta hire a Sparky.
Yeah.
Or a tradie. Exactly. I don't know what you guys call your tradespeople, but tradie. Okay, so I think I understand kind of what you're doing here. Talk to me a bit about the business model, because these governance features seems like, you know, one day like Microsoft's just gonna like enable this as like a system setting or something like that. But like, how do you make a business out of this, and what is your revenue model like?
Yeah, and that's been sort of the craziest part about this whole Bags journey, because it kicked off when Grasp was a thought piece, and Grasp is a mental model more than a sort of a tool at that point. But when sort of the market gave me sort of strong feedback that it felt that there was something really material there, I had to think about how to sort of commercialize it and how to build a product out of it. So Atlas as a platform is deployed on-prem. The agents run with the inference provider from the company already uses. And so the base sort of system, the way I'm thinking about it, is it will probably be a yearly licensing fee. You know, you can run your Atlas instances. You just pay a sort of annual fee back to Raiora to run it. What's been, I think, most interesting that I hadn't considered was how we might be able to use Web3 to increase trusts in the system and create sort of slightly different revenue model. And so, yeah, I came into this not being a Web3 guy. I was definitely one of these like Web2 guys that got given a token and told, hey, go collect some bags. Spent the first few days freaking out about being scammed and then trying to sort of keep up.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. It's been a fun journey, and I do have to sort of say thank you to the community, as the community has been like really, really amazing.
And so,
yeah,
sorry, just to break in on the bags launch, because Optiver, they're a global market making firm for equities. Like, are you doing the ASX kind of stuff, or you're not doing crypto market making?
No. So yeah, I was in infrastructure, so I was at arm's length to all of the trading, and so there was no sort of conflicts or
Right.
anything like that while I was there. Like my exposure to the crypto world was we did have serious looks into it in the past, and so I understood the infrastructure requirements of connectivity and these types of things, but yeah, I never really learned too much about how tokenomics work and what good tokenomics are and any of this sort of stuff, which is
Right. So a bunch of Bags app people are like in your DMs being like, hey, this is a great product. You should try and build a business around it. Here's, $30,000 or whatever in fees.
Yeah.
So that's basically what happened.
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
And I want to be a good guy. Like I want to be sort of an ethical person, and I felt uncomfortable with the idea that I would just take a bunch of money from a Web3 community that I think they could tell I was a bit more on the serious side. Like I'm not a big memer. I don't post heaps of memes. And so they very quickly started asking how the token was going to be important to Grasp and important to Atlas. And it sucks not having a good answer to that.
No, that's okay.
Because, but they've been like really appreciative of the fact that like they've told me use Web3 and I've got to figure out how to do it. And so the idea of using Web3 technology to create sort of better trust, so potentially using it to authenticate the identity of agents, because we're going to see an explosion of agents. Like it's a matter of time. It's not a matter of if. So we're now going to start seeing all of these agents. We're going to see the proliferation of like personal agents, and all of these agents are going to need to have like an identity that is verifiable by third parties. And this is, potentially where Graphs starts to interact with Web3. Like, how do we start to, create sort of valid third party verification of an agent's identity to ensure that the agent we think we're talking to is actually the agent we're talking to, and its implementation is sort of vetted and verified. Like that's one of the most interesting areas that I've been thinking about the Web3 space in conjunction with Grasp. Someone's going to have a personal agent that's going to reach out to the bank.
Yeah, so will someone like stake tokens or something to have some sort of let's say like I don't know, financial stake in the in their own agent, and then that's how you verify that it's like a real thing and not spam? And if there's something bad happens to that agent, it's like we call it slashing in crypto, like the stake is removed and they're like a bad actor and kicked off the network. Like, is that how you see the token being used for security on the agent side, or what do you think's your thinking, your shower thought around that?
Yeah, I've started learning about staking yesterday, so slashing is a new term to me. But I do envisage.
Really quick context there is that when Ethereum went to proof of stake, you had to, instead of mining, which you do compute power for proof of work, you would put up a bunch of ETH, and then if you would try to attack the network, you lost that ETH basically. So there's an incentive for everyone to perform as good actors and be productive nodes versus, lose their $300,000 in ETH or whatever it was.
Yeah, interesting. Because that starts to be quite an interesting sort of model, as you need to start building trust in the network of agents. You know,
Yeah.
traditional identity, I think, will sort of fall down a bit as agents will try and do their best to get around all of these types of things. You do need an independent third party sort of record of who an agent is and what they're meant to be doing and the risk analysis of those agents, so you can have sort of fast trust and allow agents to start coordinating between organizations. Like at the moment, Grasp is focused on internal to an organization. How do you start leveraging that analysis to allow agents from company A to interact with agents from company B to produce outcomes? You need to create a trust relationship there. And so, yeah, staking is really interesting to me. It's probably been the most interesting that I've learned about so far, but I'm probably on a multi-week journey whilst I try and build in the one hand, build the business in the next hand, and then learn Web3 in the sort of third hand.
Yeah.
And what's cool is I never would have considered this without Bags. Like I would have gone and built a Web2 company and sort of built, you know, Atlas and Grasp in one way, and never considered the potential of the Web3 technology and sort of changing how that works.
Yeah, and I think you have a little room to try and explore here, and we want to try and wrap this here in the next 5 minutes with final kind of closing thoughts. Dom, I see you've popped back on. You want to test the connection?
I think we're a little more solid here. I appreciate you guys bearing with me. Maybe on like the closing thoughts, and Hamish, I appreciate you bearing with us here. But with that being said, what are like current next steps? I saw a little roadmap on the Twitter I think you posted. What are you working on at the moment, and what kind of comes next for you?
Yeah, so for me, I'm trying to get the flywheel going. So implementing some functionality in Atlas that allows it to just be recursively building itself. That's sort of the big first step, because then I can start just giving it the tasks and then stepping away and sort of focusing on the next things. But for me, like VC investment, so Grasp and Bags has been good. Like 30 grand is definitely nothing to sort of poke your nose up, but it's not enough to build a business with the impacts required in the time frame required at the moment. So I'm down to Melbourne, Australia to talk to some VCs, and then heading over to New York in March to talk to some VCs. I need to spend more time with customers. So again, like getting out of just purely building the first version or something that I can show an end-to-end pipeline. So at the moment, we can do agent definition, agent declaration, agent runtime. We've got some of the observability implemented, and we've got some of the Grasp analysis implemented. I need to get back to a position where I can start going and meeting with CTOs and head of governance in different businesses, start getting customer feedback on how that works. That's the second big one. And then the third big one is I've got a lot of random sort of Zoom calls and lunch meetings with people that are sort of Web3 technologists. So I can turn shower thoughts into sort of concrete and communicable sort of ideas on how we're going to use this token appropriately. Those are sort of the things that are coming up in, I would say, the next couple of days, weeks, and even into a couple of months.
I think that's awesome. The venture capital route is really interesting. I think the question is, again, I want to go back to how do you commercialize this? You gave some ideas. I think you said you're selling some sort of like year subscription, or maybe some more thoughts on how you could commercialize that. Obviously, the VCs are going to be interested in the money aspect, right? So I don't know, curious to just run that back and kind of get a better understanding there.
Yeah. So original pre Web3, it was quite a clear commercial arrangement where it would just be an annual fee to have a valid license to run Atlas on-prem. So that could be in your cloud provider or on your physical on-prem compute. But one of the biggest problems in commercial contracts with large enterprises, and I've been on the buy side, is the contracts are always really, really complex, unnecessarily complex. If you're an enterprise and you're running that software on your compute, you're paying for the compute. It plumbs into their inference providers, so they're paying for the inference, and so there doesn't need to be a lot of complexity in the commercial model, and making it simpler actually accelerates the time to close an enterprise deal. And it makes no difference from our side. We don't provide any extra compute for them. We don't provide any inference for them. We're just providing them effectively the platform and the agent definitions to run the grasp analysis. And so originally the commercials were very simple, which was nice. Web3 sort of coming into play and allowing us to look at potential authentication between different entities. So allowing agents from entity A to communicate with agents from entity B, creating some sort of trust record utilizing this token. So there's sort of rewards and risks for malicious behavior has been, I think, one of the most interesting concepts that I want to explore. How can an agent effectively get a license that allows it to authenticate with another third-party agent, and that license to be immutable and somehow, something that we can trust. I think that's where I want to take some of this sort of commercial path.
Got it. You also mentioned recursive models. You said you would like to set up some more recursive models so you can kind of just tell it to do things and then, go off and do other stuff. How are you using recursive models today, and how are you looking at that?
Yeah, so recursive models are simply just agents that have, I sort of use the term recursive factory. There's RLMs, which are a new sort of technology that I'm not too across at the moment, but recursive factories are just basically autonomous factories that have clear pipelines and acceptance criteria. And so with Atlas at the moment, I've got a list of, I would say, sort of 10 to 15 specifications for different pieces of functionality that I want to implement. And what I'm building at the moment is just very analogous to GSD and Gastown. A system that can pick up that specification, create the plan, create the acceptance criteria, and then start running agents through that acceptance criteria until it's complete. So that plan can be delivered whilst I'm asleep, while I'm at the pub, while I'm meeting with clients, all of these types of things.
Fascinating. All right. Well, I think we got to close it off there. I appreciate you coming up here and giving us your time today and explaining a bit about what you're building. It's all super fascinating. I mean, we're accelerating so fast. It's almost hard to plan even a week out here when we talk about, what you're going to do for the next week, because everything changes so fast here. But we appreciate your time.
I also want to offer too, we're sponsored by Meteora, which provides all the trading infrastructure for Bags app and whatnot. And we kind of grew as a show by talking about concepts around ownership tokens and how you tie the token to the business itself. And of course, the regulations in the US are really quickly changing around this. So as this kind of evolves this year, we want to offer too that if you have questions or want to bounce ideas off us, feel free. We'll set up a chat with you. And we like seeing good quality builders like yourself come in and build businesses. And we want to, help you succeed as well. So that's kind of what we do on this show.
Absolutely. Thanks for that, Josh. And I will absolutely take you up on that offer.
Sounds good. Sounds good. All right. Have a great day.
Thanks, guys. You guys have a great day as well. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah. Cheers,
awesome.
mate.
Look at that. Josh even pulled out the cheers, mate, for the Aussie.
Yeah. Well, hey, I've worked with some Aussies, but hey, Optiver is a no joke, TradFi market maker in Australia. So real deal stuff there.
Yeah, interesting. But I got to dig more into that one. Good stuff. Who do we have on after this and what time?
Developer. We got Dom from Developer. Dude, this is actually a really exciting conversation. We've been trying to get, I think we tried to get Developer on 6 months ago.
Yeah.
But now they're coming on. I just pinged them, so I'm sure they'll join when their slot is allocated. But there's a number of things Chill sent. Maybe we could kind of do a quick
yeah.
look.
Maybe pull some of those up while I get ready for developer here. There's a ton, man. There's just there's no shortage of stuff going on in the markets today to talk about.
Yeah, let's do this. Okay, so
but I will pull up developer in the meantime.
We saw a new mechanism by MetaDAO actually that I caught my eye, and we wanted to cover this as well today. So I'm just gonna share my screen.
Oh, dude, this is really interesting, and it's gonna be like really interesting if they go and raise $100 million to see how this plays out.
Yeah, because one of the key challenges here with MetaDAO is the whale games that get played. And basically it's like, is it this article, I believe? Trying to see where I saw the tweet. Basically, what happens with MetaDAO right now. So this is, oh yeah, right here. This is what I'm looking for. Is you deploy capital and then you get a percentage of your capital into the raise. And what it incentivizes at the last moment, whales basically plowing in millions and millions of dollars just to get, I think we said the average fill was like 4% of allocation, so that they get size into the trade. However, if you're deploying your $1,000 or $100, you basically get 10 cents, like you get nothing. And then you got to buy it after the fact. But the Hero Pay ICO had a bit of a different model that I thought was really interesting. And this might mean that it's a decent ICO to keep an eye on. I'm trying to see if we can find the exact tweet. I posted it. So here we go. This is what I was looking for. So capped ICOs incentivize whale games, oversized to secure allocation. As I mentioned, the next MetaDAO sale is uncapped. 100% of contributions go to HeroPay's treasury, and anything above the 3 million funds will be a bid wall. Wall.
That's wild.
Big improvement, value committed, should be better reflect true funding demand. I thought this was insanely interesting. So,
bro, yeah. So what happens in theory here? Someone goes and ports, $100 million into this. They raise $100 million. They have a bid wall at $97 million, just perpetually twopping any sales.
Well, I don't think the bid wall will be at a premium to raise, but it might be something like we've seen what Loyal did, where there's kind of a floor, and potentially Solo is done where there's a floor, where they're basically soaking up any excess tokens that are being sold, like, below a certain price or at a certain price. But it seemed like Avicii had a bid wall. I'm not going to lie. Avicii refunded their venture investors, and then maybe those venture investors had to be the bid wall. I don't know. But I like the model. I think this might actually perform really well. Whereas, Ranger kind of was a little lackluster performance. But this app has really good metrics. Processed $36 million in transaction volume, $500,000 in revenue, 30,000 users across Asia, Africa, Europe, and the US. Signed 15 high volume business customers paying global teams. Secured backing from Founders Inc. and angels from Microsoft. And interestingly enough, bankless. Man, when's MCG getting in on these backings here? It should be bankless, MCG. Like, what's going on here, Prophet? Come on. Partner with top banks. CoinsPH. I actually had a family member of mine work for CoinsPH, or a family friend. So that's a very large neobank in the Philippines. This is really interesting. One of the U.S. business customers pays 500 workers. So we have a big company in Canada called Deal that was founded in Canada, and it does basically employee payments for remote workers around the world. And they've become a massive company because they if people don't realize this, but if you're an employer and you hire a company, let's say in Canada and you're based in the US, you have to set up Canadian, like different infrastructure to do that legally. However, Deal just has that centralized with Deal, and you just pay Deal, and Deal then pays the employee, which is a really, really profitable model. So I think that's what what they might be doing. So look, guys, I think this is one of the highest potential MetaDAO launches. Obviously, Avicii turned out to be a high potential MetaDAO launch, but Avicii didn't start this way. Avicii didn't start with $38 million in cumulative volume, or $6 million in monthly transactions. So this is going to be pretty hyped.
Yeah, that's wild.
Remember, Dom, remember what I said. What did I say about Robinhood and ICOs this year? We're going to have a banner year for ICOs. We're going to see platforms like Robinhood potentially, give their users access to these types of opportunities. Well, this obviously isn't happening, but what we're seeing is a real company. Like, this company could raise privately at huge valuations with this type of traction here. So, like, just to be clear, this is impressive.
It's pretty nuts. Chill actually sent something for us to talk about, which I think is really interesting. It's USD1, dude. They've been making a pretty big push. World Liberty Financial. Now, I don't know if USD1 is the answer, but we saw SOAR use USD1. We're seeing Surge use USD1, which to me was really interesting because I don't know. I didn't think I saw USD1 being much of a player in the trenches, but it almost, we have Bonk using USD1, but I'm seeing it pop up everywhere. It's kind of interesting. Like, is USD1 gonna be the stable coin of the trenches? I don't know if this has any meaningful difference on my bags or how anything trades. Like, do I really care? Probably not. But like, they're making a strong push here.
Yeah, is that $130 million thing like a marketing budget that they're going out to these platforms and saying, hey, integrate, here's $30,000 for an integration? Smart play. This is, you got to unseat Circle. The big play here is you own deposits for billions of dollars in TVL. That's a huge play. So I think so. I think they're going to splash. I think they're splashing. Now.
They are. Let's think about it. Launch pads. They have Bonk. They have Bonk. They have Surge. They have SOAR. They have AOL, and they've probably got a handful of others that I actually haven't mentioned. But P0 looks like they want to come on MCG there in their replies. Look, good. Let's get them on. We want to talk to them.
MCG on Twitch. Let's go. Hey, shout out to our friends on Twitch. Go join our go follow our Twitch or subscribe to our Twitch. Link in bio, Avi. But you can search at MCG_live on, so it's MCG on Twitch is the handle. Go find it. PO. Wow. Okay.
Holding up.
Holding
like
up.
I said, you guys heard my critiques on it, so we got to talk to them, see what's up with them. Oh, it's King's mentality.
Oh, bet.
Of course, bro.
Oh, bet.
This guy went from Twitter to YouTube to Twitch.
Bro, hey, Kings, you got to get your friends on. Look, we're covering the global internet capital markets here, my friend. You need to get all your friends on MCG, buddy. This is like a free education in business.
Nonetheless. So yeah, the World Liberty Financial is making a push, which I think is pretty wild. So Josh is right. They got this marketing fund. Maybe they're going and giving these platforms $50,000 to use USD1s exclusively or whatever it might be. But I thought that was pretty interesting.
Isn't it wild that the president of the United States owns like some sort of interest in a DeFi company that's now building stablecoin and all layers of the DeFi stack? Like, are we like, and people are bearish on crypto and buying gold and silver at the top? I don't know, man. Like, what?
Is it wild, man? I'm not even surprised by anything that Donald does these days, to be honest, dude.
Guys, go look at Donald's history of selling products. He like had a steak brand, like cologne. He did all sorts of funny stuff.
Everything, bro, everything. So let's see. Maybe I got the hot list going again. Maybe I check out that. What's up? I can't hear you.
No. Yeah. Sorry. I said go for it. Go for it. I'm going to ping developer.
All right. Good man. Good man. Yeah. So a few things. Let's talk ZHC. I want to look at ZHC, and GSD is pumping too. So let's do GSD first, because that's a bit more notable, I feel like. GSD, we had them on. We know that their protocol is pretty cool. Again, it's a recursive model where you can, just like we heard today from Grasp, you can come on, tell it to do something, and it just goes and gets it done and tries and tries and tries again. That's off a little pump today, up to 2.63 mil from about 1.6, and it looks good. You got the pump. You didn't get a ton of initial sellers, which, you would typically see, right? You pump from 1.6 mil to 2.6, you typically get a pretty big sell-off. You can see sellers attempted here, just like we saw with Orgo, but it's holding up pretty nice. So I would actually say maybe this is bottom for GSD. I don't know. Again, the bags at PTSD, I think that's something we need to take note of here. We have GSD that's being held down a little bit. We have EVA that's gone on a run. We have ZHC that's gone on a run. These are all stuff that would do really well before. We saw Ralph and Gastown do really, really well. I think if Ralph and Gastown did really well and sustained, these would also sustain. So the question you have to ask yourself, and the question I'm asking myself here, is, are BagZap tokens at a discount right now because of PTSD? And does that mean there's an opportunity if people kind of get over it? If the market goes risk on, it's almost certain that they get over it. The question is, will they pass on from that time? Like, will they lose their spot in the market by being in the market too long? We've seen this with tokens. Once you're out for a week, 2 weeks, a month, 2 months, you start losing the illustrious allure that you get of having this new token. And so sometimes it's difficult for those to pump. Have you guys seen the massive DCAs coming in on Ranger? There's been a few multi-million since launch. I have not. Let's see.
Pull Ranger.
I have not. Now we know Ranger had their buy wall, so it's no surprise if these are just coming from the team here. Ranger's at a 15 million market cap. Okay, it's holding up pretty well here, actually. I think something that hasn't been talked about quite a bit. I think MetaDAO's kind of lost its sparkles and pizzazz recently because Bags has taken over. Pump Fund's gotten a lot of shine, and MetaDAO's been overlooked. That does not mean that the projects on there aren't great projects. So let's see. Active DCA, there's a $2 million DCA on Ranger right now, $46 a minute being filled. Look at that. Good
Shout
call.
out Moby for DCA tracker.
Let's see. That is 42% filled. So there's still $1 million to go into this chart over the next 12 days, basically. I wonder who that is.
Is there any
team, right? It's gotta be
is
the
there
team.
any info? Yeah, it's 100% the team. I'm pretty sure there was a past proposal for this. I want to say I saw something, but let me check in on. I'm just going to check the timeline on Ranger, see if there's anything notable to pop up here. But I like this chart. I mean, this looks pretty good. I think the Ranger FUD is definitely settled.
So the thing about Ranger that we have to take account for is they got a ton of users from platform like farmers, people that wanted the airdrop for Ranger, people that wanted to participate. So you kind of got a bunch of these people here that went and just made a bunch of accounts, maybe did fake volume trading, spoof trading in order to like get the airdrop. So the question with Ranger for me is, how are those numbers looking now post token launch? Now that the airdrop's out of the way, do they still have those users? Has it been sustained? Has users maybe grown, right? If either of those two things have happened, then I think we have a good deal here and Ranger may be a play. That's the one caveat, but I'll let you go and look for that Ranger update. Solo also just dropped an update, which we'll look into in a second here too. And
I'm trying to see. Okay, here we go. I got something. This was kind of what I was waiting to see on Ranger right here, but they said 1.4 million in new deposits hit Ranger earn last week, so that's significant. And the thing with these staking programs like Ranger Earn, these are pretty high margin different products that they're offering. RGUSD, this was another thing that was interesting with Ranger, is they have I guess like some sort of synthetic asset or like a stable coin that is accruing I believe fees to it, which is pretty awesome too. 7-day APY 5.6%, 30-day APY 6.05. So they have a yield tracker on their site, so you guys can see the yield on this. I don't know, like, what do we call Ranger? Is Ranger a, like, we initially thought, okay, this might be like a DEX aggregator, but it's feeling a lot more deeper than just simply a DEX aggregator. This seems like they're offering different products on top of it, or sorry, a perps aggregator. But I don't know if you have any additional thoughts to add there. Yeah, I agree.
No,
It's
not
not
really.
the first, for sure.
I want to see their numbers. It's not the first. It's an aggregator, you know. But nonetheless, we might have a little delay before we get Dom from developer on. So let's just go through some stuff.
Yeah.
Keep it pushing.
Nonetheless, below ICO price, guys, and that's the point here. Below ICO price, worth having a look.
Let's check out this new update that just came on from Solomon Labs. So Yas is live in production, powering Oro, USDV times gold, USDVX gold liquidity pools on Meteor. This is our first infrastructure thesis in action. From the first time the cash leg is earning 10% APY inside the pool, here's how. So that's a pretty big partnership with Oro, friends of the show. We've had them on. This is nice to see. This was the crux of Solomon Labs. Do we have people integrating their stablecoin and using it to earn yield on top of what they're already doing? Excuse me. So this is a good step in the right direction here. Solomon X Oro, little video we see. Gold liquidity has always been carried an idle cash tax. As Usman put it, you either keep the pool deep or you move the dollar somewhere else to earn. You couldn't do both. Oro needs rewards streamed to LPs based on their USD exposure with 0 extra steps, no unwinds, no vaults, no wrappers, no separate staking workflows. Yas reads each LP pro rata USDV exposure inside the Meteor position, routes rewards straight into their wallet. The position stays intact. Only the rewards move. This is running in production today, not a demo. Oro, trusted for its core liquidity, will roll out deliberately with a deep partner pipeline prioritizing teams that demand institutional grade execution. That's the most important line. We'll roll out deliberately with a deep partner pipeline prioritizing teams that demand institutional grade execution. I wonder how Solo is looking after this. So if they have a pipeline of people like Oro that are going to roll out using this, that's a really great start to get the ball rolling, I think. They have pumped a little bit off this news. Let's see. Yeah, so they're about 7% pump from this news. Sitting at 20 million market cap, Solo has been overlooked for quite some time. We've talked about it a few times on the show, how it's probably a little sleeper and maybe worth getting into. I mean, for the last 17, 15, 16 days, it's sat in this range. Again, the market cap is 20 mil. We've got about 10 mil circulating, maybe a little lower, maybe 7.8 mil if I'm reading that correctly. So, and I think how this works is 42% goes to the team, 11% liquidity pool, and 39% to the community. Now, and I might have just got my math wrong there, guys. So don't clip that up and make me sound like an idiot. But that being said, that's about the breakdown of the MetaDAO project. So there's about 39% of the circulating, if I remember correctly. And yeah, I don't know. We're at an interesting position. We're basically at ICO price, sitting at 20 million FDV. But I don't know, looks good. Keeping eyes on Solo. Adoption is the number one thing for this. So if they can line up a bunch of institutional players like Oro, and then others, that would be pretty interesting. Yes, Crypto Jones, that reminds me, dude. I want to talk about X402 and ERC8004 because all of those are running right now. Let's just go through those for a quick look here. PayAI will start with X402. It's up now to $9 million, and it has been pumping quite a bit today.
People were telling us like 2 days ago, get PayAI back on because every time you feature it, it goes crazy. We don't know what our PayAI, why, but it does. But this is wild. Nice.
100% move from the bottom there on PayAI. Again, it's a very obvious. It's no surprise that these are running right now, and Dexter's running, Dream's running, PayAI's running, so on and so forth. But the emergence of agent-to-agent payment, and even yesterday we had Swarms on who talked about their version of X402, apparently faster. But you have to remember, we have the emergence of this agent economy, and you have recursive loops where you have like things like GSD, Ralph, Marge, etc. We even had people on today talking about that. And so you have to think that we have a future where agent-to-agent payment is just naturally going to happen. And of course, X402, PayAI, Coinbase, they're all leading the charge on the X402 meta. So this is pumping. And so this is, again, a tail effect of the agent economy blowing up. Agent economy blowing up. Okay, we see actual agent models in recursive loops doing things that humans would typically do. Well, eventually that's going to move on to, I need to pay this agent. I need to pay this agent. I need to get these things done. How are you going to do that? Well, X402, right? And so that's the thesis. That's why everything's pumping. So PayAI is up 100% off the lows. Let's do Dexter. Let's do Dexter here. Yeah, another great pump. Who will be coming on the show shortly now. We did just get in contact with them. But yeah, this is a great looking chart. This chart reminds me of a radar looking chart, to be honest. Pump, consolidation, pump, consolidation, pump. It's just walking the dog up here. That's exactly what you want to see in these charts. Slow cooking, slow adoption, people noticing, catching on, bidding. Again, Dexter up from about 2 million to 3.6 million, even peaking at 4.5 million. 130% move in about a day or two. Okay. So again, X402 popping off here. Dexter looking good. PayAI looking solid. Let's do Dreams. This one is Pump Fund token. Again, same kind of playbook here. It's in the same situation. What's great about these is I also see PayAI do the streams, and they have Dreams, Dexter, all these other players in X402 on, which is really cool. It's like a pretty collaborative space right now. But again, look at this. Dreams down to 6 million, pumped up about 100, nearly 200% to nearly 16 or over 16 million. Now it's back down to 11. Maybe as it cools off a little bit. So we'll see. But if this is a persistent meta with the agents, which I kind of feel like it could be.
Dom, can we feature our article, because we talked about this morning?
Yeah.
So guys, man, go to articles on MCG. This is where you're going to find us breaking down these type of narratives. This one's a little more focused on Orgo, but I think it kind of summarizes what is happening here. We're building, and we coined the term. I don't know if someone else did, but so far as first person to see, I've seen this AI-enabled autonomous organization, or AAOs. And it's basically this idea that you go from a human workforce to an assisted automation, which is kind of where we're at now, where the rise of like ChatGPT and these kind of tools, and then to full agentic organization, right? What if the next billion-dollar organization ran itself? We are so much further along that timeline than most people realize. Agents can now create instances of themselves and collaborate within multi-agent systems to complete complex tasks, but their impact has been limited to the lack of true computer use. So this is kind of where Orgo comes in. Moltbot, formerly Cloud Code, introduced a lightweight form of computer use, scratching the surface of what's possible. Orgo removes these constraints entirely, enabling general computer use and the near infinite scaling of multi-agent systems. So, this is Orgo is one part of this infrastructure. Orgo, I would say, is the hardware to security kind of infrastructure spot. But then you have payments, you have different frameworks, recursive learning. Like, we are kind of layering in all the technical capabilities and products that are all interoperable with each other for this kind of future AAO, AI autonomous organizations. Guys, say it with me again. AAOs, AI autonomous organizations. All right. So this is the narrative. It's the name of the stream. The name of the stream is Agent Economy Narrative Forming. We are seeing it. And I think this is different than AI agents of 2024 and early 2025. because AI 2024, it was like, all right, we have these agents and they're tweeting stuff. And like, how interesting is that? Okay, they create some images. Oh, they create a Telegram bot, right? Like that was an eye-opening moment. But now we're getting into like, can these agents transition to do real work, create real companies, create real economic activity? And I think they're much more sophisticated now. So Dom, I don't know if you have anything to add about AAOs, but I think this is directionally super interesting and might be a mega trend. Like I think this could be one of the biggest trends in crypto, actually.
It's nuts, bro. It's a nuts concept to think about, dude. Yeah, it's really cool. I don't know, like we just talked about the tail end of this. You have these agent economies. What pumps off of this? Well, you get the pumps from, of course, and this is where I find things difficult, because now I'm seeing stuff pop up left and right on bags. You get all these different recursive models. You get all these different types of looping for agents. And it's so hard for me to tell, like the nitty gritty, what differentiates all these, autonomous agent loops. But to get back to your question, yeah, it's nuts, bro. And we're absolutely headed towards a direction where we had this conversation with Spencer yesterday, these one-person billion-dollar companies. And we finally gotten to that point in time where it might be possible today to have a 1 billion one-person company. And it's wild. It's wild to think, because look, when we were talking to Nick, he mentioned that Orgo was being used by an enterprise, and they're like, let's bring this agent in to clean up the workflow of one of our employees. She's spending about 60 to maybe 80% of her time doing these things that can be automated and done by an agent. Let's bring the agent in. Lo and behold, the agent took her job. The lady got fired shortly after because they just didn't need her. The agent did everything. And so like, it's very powerful. It's coming fast. And this is a great article to read. But yeah, autonomous AI enabled autonomous organization. It's pretty crazy. It's a really crazy concept. And so again, what happens from that? You get the tail end. Well, we're going to get agent to agent payments eventually. So who's going to power that? Well, last we checked on X402 facilitator.com or whatever it is. I don't know if that's correct. PayAI was the leading facilitator, which was significantly down from the last time we had them on in terms of volume. So I'm not sure exactly what happened there. But yeah, so what happens off the tail end of this agent economy? Well, you have agent to agent payments. We have I don't know, like what's the effect here? What's the investable play here? Okay, we have agent economies. Is it just bidding the recursive models that pop up, like the GSDs, like the Ralphs, and trade those quickly? Is it bidding the payment infrastructure like X402? Is it bidding the computers for agents like Orgo? We've already talked about Orgo plenty. But like, what is the trade here?
I don't think it's unclear where value accrues here. Right now, value accrues to the LLMs themselves in the labs. I think it's starting to accrue to things like Orgo and the infrastructure layer. Unclear yet if it accrues to the payments like X402 providers, because that business model and actual real, like how much of that is real, actual e-commerce happening. If you think about what Y Combinator is funding, they're funding startups that are like, let's say they're in legal. Instead of funding tooling for legal startups, they're funding basically like AI enabled like lawyers or AI enabled like law firms, basically, right? Where they're law firms that are utilizing this technology and they can disrupt at scale other law firms. So it's tough to say, really, honestly. I'm having a hard time understanding, but that's kind of what we're trying to figure out, right? Look,
it's disruptive tech. What was Kai from Swarm saying the other day? But they're already implementing their technology into hospitals. Did he say like practices, like lawyers and stuff like that? I can't recall.
Yeah, I mean, they have some open source software that is like that's being used kind of at really high levels, but yeah. Dupes of the world. Yeah, I think you're right on this, Crypto Jones. Like, this is basically what I was saying, is the companies like Dupes that use this technology are going to become extremely valuable. That seems to be where Y Combinator is placing bets. I think from the crypto context, it's tough, really. Like, to me, the only equivalent to this would be like Kled. Maybe I would say Kled is kind of, disrupting data collection in this way, where they're a data collection company now, that data tagging, data collection that is using, Web3 to incentivize users, and then serving that data up, which is a big market. So to me, I would think the dupes, the Kleds, the problem with dupe is just, getting over like that. What does someone own? Like, do I own the loyalty program? And is that valuable? Maybe. But definitely with Kled, I think that's the case. Orgo's the infrastructure. And then, the GSTs and Ralphs are kind of like a bit of a meme right now.
You know what? But it doesn't really matter, to be honest. Like, the big question for long-term sustainability is, what do you own when you hold dupe? Yes. But when we see the market get frothy, we see it doesn't actually matter at all. People will bid whatever, which is why I go back to what I said earlier. People were bidding Claude and ClaudeBot, which had zero attachment to the actual dev of the token. It was solely basically trading on attention. There was a lot of attention. There was a lot of growth. It was blowing up. And these tokens kind of were like I guess, some sort of indication whether or not the market was doing well or not, or if this thing was blowing up. So it's interesting, but I don't think it matters. When the market's hot, we know it doesn't matter. Green candles are the best marketing, and people will bid whatever is green. And so, it's interesting in that sense that if we have a resurgence and stuff like this, and dupe is a big benefactor of that, we'll probably see dupe go on a nice run. The question is sustainability. Will dupe be able to sustain because it has no intrinsic ownership value tied to it? So
totally. We have Dom in the off stage. We have time for a solid little segment here, 20-minute segment. So we're going to run it. Dom, how's it going? Welcome. Oh, sorry, Dom.
I think you're muted.
You're muted, sir.
Let's see, man. Technical difficulties, as you would expect from a MCG stream. MGC stream. Say that 5 times fast. MCG stream. MCG stream. MCG stream.
No, we're
All right, let's see, can I hear you now?
Yeah.
We're
What's
money.
up, Dom? How's it going?
I think I know what's going on.
No worries.
Oh no, see, we can hear him now. I guess he can't hear us.
Yeah, this is what happens when you gotta switch to your headphones on.
Should we-
Sure why I
Microsoft.
can't hear you.
Should we take him back?
If you can hear me, give your thumbs up. Okay, you can hear me. I can't hear you. I don't know why.
Should we?
Um,
I guess he knows he's on stage.
That's all right.
One
We're
second.
figuring it out here. We'll just
Watch
remove
him.
them for now.
Watch him play through it in real time. See how Dom's brain works in action.
Under pressure. I mean, like that's some pressure right there. So
Yeah. But he's in his kitchen. He's about to give us the breakdown. He might be cooking up some, I don't know, some stir fry or something. See what he's eating. But let's give a little, firstly, I'll give a little background.
please.
Dinero looking at future self right now. This is Dom. Yeah, I wonder.
All right. Hey Dom, are you
so I wonder
there?
if he'll be able to pick up on my name. We'll just let him know. Nonetheless, I've heard. Yeah.
We can't hear you now, so keep playing with your settings, Dom. And to my other Dom, you were lagging there for a second, so
I should be better now.
I don't know why I can't hear you on this on this thing.
there we go. There we go.
So
He can't hear us though.
It's like when you switch from like Zoom or something.
good to see you, though.
Yeah.
Wish I could converse with you. So this is my morning, gentlemen.
know the sign
So
language?
lovely to actually get introduced to you this way. Sort of like par for technology generally. It seems like this is like indicative, honestly, of like the state of affairs in the world.
Let's see if he can give
To
a
be
whole
honest
interview
with you,
without.
you know
being
what? I
able to hear
have
us.
so many devices. I could try my phone. And
Do
so
the
let me see
phone.
what happens when I do that.
Do the phone. Yes. Phone. Do the
It's so
phone.
funny. Let's see if he can give the full interview just without any feedback from us. Run through it. No, but Here's the thing about Dom, man. I've heard great things. Meteora connected us. Actually, today, shout out to Johnny, shout out to Ash. They got us in contact with Dom from Developer. We've been trying to get in contact for a while. Really interesting what he's building. He's been
Ta-da.
able to build. Here we go. I think this is good. I think I just heard myself.
I'm feeling, yeah, I
I'm
feel
feeling
this
good
is
about
good.
this.
Yeah.
Are you?
Yeah.
Are you? Oh, you can hear us?
I can hear you. Yeah. Can you
Okay,
hear
well,
me? Is the real
we can
question.
hear
Oh
you,
my
yeah.
gosh! Wow. We are live. I
Perfect.
can't believe it. How do we do that?
Round of applause. Hey, man, we got it going after some ups and downs.
Sorry, everybody. Hey, great to meet you. I'm super excited.
Yeah.
My day has
Hey,
been
guys.
marked by extremely awesome stuff. I wish I could tell you about it. It's like in development. But I'm so grateful to be on the call.
Dude, well, thank you. We're grateful to talk to you. I've heard nothing but good things about you from friends of the show, from the Meteora team. They've just said, look, Dom's a legend. This guy has made it to where he's helped so many AI developers. He's ran hackathons. He's built deep pipeline and relationships. And so outside of just learning about yourself and developer here, it's just a pleasure to chat with you and get to know a bit about what you've been doing for the AI world. Because every day we come on, and I don't know, Josh, maybe you have the number. We probably talked to 200 plus founders on this show, and it's so fascinating
We've done
hearing from them.
200 interviews. People from
God.
SF, people from early stage, Believe Eco, everything.
So we get to hear from
Guys.
the best today. He's talked to probably 100 times more people than we have. But Dom, let me stop my ramble here. Can you tell us a bit about yourself? Maybe what I missed for the people, and then we'll get into developer.
Thank you. Yeah. So I am a little older than I look, although the scruff helps. I've been around in this industry for a couple, 3 decades now. Started out in the age of what became like personal computers. Then it was web apps. Then it was cloud. Okay, and then it became blockchain, right? And now AI. So I kind of feel like I've seen a lot, although I can't say I've seen it all yet. I have met a lot of people along the way. You know, started out in the 90s at Hewlett Packard Labs, working with a lot of people with stronger beards than me. You know, then I went to the Media Lab at MIT, worked there while I was studying at Harvard for my master's. I studied cognitive science there in the year 2000, right around the time when open source was created. They called it copyleft. And I worked with and studied under the founders of the Berkman Center out there for Internet and Society. Right when Larry Lessig published his book, Code and Law. And I don't know if you've read that one, but it's a really good one. It talks about the paradigm of regulation and innovation and how they kind of chase each other in a yin-yang kind of relationship. And that kind of got me back to Silicon Valley, where I started working at the dot-com crash and kind of reinventing myself. And long story short, ended up at Macromedia. If you'll remember Flash, I don't know, some of you may not even remember Flash, but this was when web apps were starting with the streaming video and audio services, much like we're experiencing now, with the Flash Video Kit. And that led to YouTube and Vimeo. And I'm like, I got to do one of these web apps. Again, another long story short, joined a podcasting company before podcasting was popular, and that's called Odeo. And we had a hackathon to keep ourselves from sinking when Apple ate our lunch, as they sometimes do. And, you know, to their credit to them, they created the iPod, and when they wanted to enter the podcasting space, they're going to dominate it. And so we had this hackathon to see what we can do with the great talent that we had at the company. And I was friends with this guy, Jack Dorsey, who was an engineer at the time. And
I think I've heard of him.
Shadow Jack.
Oh, no.
Yeah, hey Jack.
Sounds familiar.
And you know, and we would just like be talking about all these great ideas, and I ended up in a tiny little group at the top of a slide, a children's slide at South Park, San Francisco, talking about his concept of a dispatch, because he'd worked in dispatch software before this. And I won't describe his use case, but I think he liked mine a little better, which was that we could broadcast our safety in an emergency at any moment to all of our friends and family. It's like, yeah, let's pitch that. So we did pitch it. I guess they liked the idea, and they went with it as a part of our internal hackathon, which became Twitter.
Mm.
So, you know,
What? Wild.
yeah, good times. That
How
was,
come you're not the first tweet then? What happened there?
yeah, great question. So Jack brought, so this is like actually a funny story. So 20 years ago, almost to the day, we were bringing up the database first thing in the morning, playing around with it, and then you'd have to like fix it and then rewrite it. So every day for 4 days, it was like, Dom, come in early. We're gonna bring Twitter up, and you can be the first tweet. And I was like, cool. So after 4 days of this, I decided like, yeah, I'm not gonna like jump out of bed for this one, you know. And I actually went surfing in the morning and came to the office like to sort of like wandering in, and therefore I'm the 9th user technically. However, I'm the second person to physically tweet because every tweet was an automated message, and everyone at the office was like, cool, Jack's got his thing working, let's just sign up. Okay, but I was the one who actually used it with them, and then we had the first conversation, and it was tweet 34, I think, or 36, saying waiting for Dom to update more. And my tweet number 38 is, oh, this is going to be addictive.
Addictive it was.
Yeah.
You know, and that, you know, on from there. But
what do you think of X today?
I use it. I feel like it's important to use. I kind of, well, I'll tell you, my journey with Twitter, obviously long and storied. Was the first person to use the word tweet in a tweet. Had the first @reply, and a lot of firsts. And then after a fashion, I decided I was going to wean myself of it because I got like obsessed with it, right? It was, for me, a dream because it was the way you could write hypertext really quickly. And my thesis in college was on hypertext. And I wrote my thesis in hypertext, and I was just super excited about it. And I got, like I said, obsessed with it. And I kind of had followed this hype cycle earlier than most. And so while everyone else was peaking and getting super into it, I was waning.
Yeah.
And so I would read a lot, but not post a lot. And now, because of crypto Twitter and developer token, I'm posting a lot, but I don't get to read. My team reads, and they tell me what to look at and who to be on the show with. And so I get to write again, and it's a funny experience to see how it's evolved over time. I think right now it's a whole different community. There aren't that many of my friends on it, honestly, and I'm just meeting new people this way.
And from my point of view, like we do a lot of business on X now. Like I don't use LinkedIn anymore. And obviously my business is on X predominantly, but I'm seeing more of my friends start to get X again and be like, wow, this is where real business is happening.
Yeah, it does seem like a place for business. It's specifically financial services and financial transactions, or the blockchain and crypto space. And then also, because it has that speed, it has that immediacy. That's the one remaining true use case for it. Everything else you can get anywhere else. News, community, human connection, those types of things happen in like Discord, Telegram, Twitch, what have you. Services like this, but the quick and immediate reactions come on the Twitter, it feels like to me.
So Dom, my question for you, because I think this is fascinating, you talked about Twitter kind of getting spun up as this, hey, my family and friends can check on me at any time I want, and it's kind of pivoted into something. I don't even pivot might not be the right word, but it's become something today that's completely different. Maybe your advice to founders, you talk to so many startups, talk to so many founders, and you've seen pivots in real life. How important is it to pivot for a lot of these companies to find that product market fit?
Great question. Yeah. So we did an entire hackathon on that topic at one point. And my friend, I don't know if you know who Brian Boitano is. If you probably know him if you've watched the original South Park. But he's a United States figure skating champion and Olympic gold medalist. And I had him over to the event to talk about pivoting, because who is better to talk about pivoting than a person who won the gold medal for doing it, right? And he metaphorically broke it down for us. And the thing that's required for a perfect pivot is to have one foot grounded. That's how you do it. If you don't have that foot grounded, you can't do it. You can spin all you want, and you're going to fall. And it just struck me at the moment. I'm like, wow, that's really deep, So that was, I think, I don't know, 15 years ago or something. And I've spent a lot of time thinking about that and how to stay grounded and how to advise founders to stay grounded in one thing, one truth as you move forward. And that to me has to do with what you believe. And every startup has to have a secret thing that they have, a knowledge, an insight, and their belief in something in order to persist through a pivot.
And a follow-on question to that too is because I think that's fascinating. Peter Thiel says this, you really have to niche down sometimes when you're starting off to build these businesses. Sometimes when you pivot, people pivot to the next big thing and they try to maybe overbite or eat more than they can finish on their plate. How important is it to niche down and find something that just fits for you and then grow it out from there?
Great question. Yeah. So, and then to continue the metaphor, when you are doing that, and I think it's important to be ruthless in this process, like really acknowledge that this stuff isn't working, got to go in this new direction. You don't want to be frenetic, but you want to be deliberate when you make a move into something that is brought to you by evidence from users, investors, your business partners telling you this is what they want, leaning into that. Really get to the simplest possible thing you can get that gives you traction, evidence, sales. What are people asking for? It's lovely to think, okay, I got this vision, I've got this awesome product I know will be great for me and a few friends, but what are people truly asking for? And turning and leaning into that. That's the trick and the secret. And in terms of niching down, yes, simplicity is the hardest thing to do. Simplicity requires constraints. And so choosing your constraints very carefully, thinking about what you want to say no to, and being in practice of saying no gracefully and mindfully. That's what a lot of great advice really boils down to. You even hear Steve Jobs himself saying, I say no 1,000 times a day. And it's the secret really, is what are you focused on?
Yeah, that's fantastic advice. Well, thank you for blessing us with that wisdom. Let's jump over to Developer Camp and start there. What is Developer Camp? And then we'll get into, you launch this token. You guys have an active product here. I think you're implementing some sort of buyback mechanism with businesses in your cohort. We'll get into all of that. Can you start us off from the top down level? What is Developer Camp today?
Great question. Yeah. So we started out honestly as a reaction to the launch of iPhone. And we all were so obsessed with it. We knew it was coming. We were so excited. We got everyone we could find in the room to just bring their iPhone and play with it. And at the time, it was just the web interface, essentially. But it was the web in your pocket. It was amazing. And then the next year, the App Store launched. And it's on from there. But the tradition was always, what is the coolest, latest, most fun thing that enables developers to be creative, giving them those tools and a bunch of mentors and folks who are experienced to support that. And we became known as the place to go when you wanted a safe space to innovate and a bunch of great people to do it with. And that persisted over many years, many different versions of Apple's offering, right? It was iPhone OS, then it was iPad OS, and then it was iOS. And then we said, well, let's get, that matured, right? And then we added other APIs and SDKs, like some of the blockchain platforms. And then we started seeing more tools in the AI space. And so it's always about including as many great tools for developers to be creative. And then also bringing in other creative types like designers, artists, business builders. So now at this 19th year of our community, after all these different companies, that's just a sample of the ones that have come, we see ourselves in like an inflection point generally in society where it's so easy to be a builder and a maker now. You got agentic coding agents that just, right?
Wild.
And you hook in your data and but then how do you make sense of that? And actually, if everyone can build an experience, where are you going to get that data? And to me, that comes down to trust and sharing and collaborating in a safe space and environment, right back to the values of Developer Camp. So we worked really closely to bring in great data sources, data partners, different other pieces required to create an experience other than the sort of interface, which is easy to create these days. So today now, we think about the general context of where we are as AI disrupts different industries. And we're saying, okay, look, I say personally, look, I was a part of several technological innovation waves that had a disruptive effect. And although I can't take personal responsibility for the outcome, I can hold myself accountable. And I can say, listen, if we're going to create some disruption here, how do we offset that? And so the theme for our next event in Manila in March is the future of work. And it's one of 4 major pillars, we called it at Developer Camp, that we're using as our focus tracks for our events going forward. That's the future of work, it's health and human flourishing, it's climate and regeneration, and then collective prosperity. And that's, I think that term collective prosperity indicates, having how we sustain ourselves financially. And so therefore financial services and therefore blockchain and therefore crypto. So that's where I think the conversation around developer token fits in. We were thinking about how to sustain ourselves throughout the next 20 years. And this idea came to us through one of our winners last March, Helena Zhang, who showed up at our event, not even knowing it was a hackathon, walked in with her laptop, walked on stage as one does, and coded her solution as she was walking up to the stage, presented, and one of our judges happened to be my friend Bill Tai, who you might know from Zoom and Canva and Wish and Color Genomics and early investor in Twitter, friend of mine from those days. He's my surfing buddy. And he and I, we always look for great people who kind of show up and deliver on stage in front of everybody. And that's what she did. And they I think, clicked. And so he invited her to his events. Long story short, she went on kind of like a world tour with us, right? From Maui and then Greece and then Morocco. And we're sitting there in Morocco at one of another investor event, and we're like, man, look, how do we get here together? And she said, oh, I want to do some more stuff together. Let's do an interview, which you can read or you can watch on my website, Developer Camp. But let's launch a token together. And it's like, sure, why not, right?
Sounds like a great idea. What could go wrong?
What could go exactly? And I guess it was pitched to me initially as a follow-on to what happened with the Maui Reefs project and the tree restoration project and Richard Branson's lemurs project that she did. And I thought it would be a launch and then a couple of weeks of activity, and then as meme tokens tend to do, it kind of fizzle out. But the thing is that my best friend's like a really strong inventor, and as he heard about this project, he said, what if our company would automatically buy some of this token every time we had an API call? What would that do? I was like, oh, that's actually a pretty good idea. So I mentioned it on the launch day and everyone got excited about it, and then we started calling it auto buy. And then Deep Invent wanted to do it because they're our community sponsor. And then our grand champion, who holds a bunch of the token, decided that he was going to do it with his company, Braden Levangie. And then Best Sign, our year-round community sponsor, decided to go. That's 4 AI companies now pledging a small portion of their profits to buying developer token and giving it to the winners of each event. It's like, wow, it's kind of like a flywheel. That's like a virtuous flywheel that could power participation in this ecosystem. So suddenly we have a meme coin with a purpose. We have meaning. We have a direction. We have like an ecosystem where not just individual traders or whales can come in and participate, but companies can participate. Organizations can contribute and support the ongoing attention required to power a meme coin.
Yeah, and like a lot of these tokens are attention magnets, right? Because there's something to look at, something to trade, and then it attracts, for better or for worse, a lot of attention, amplification. People end up being like sales forces sometimes for some of these projects, helping them get customers and whatnot, tell their story. Like, is that kind of the play here for the developer token, quote unquote, companies as well? Like, are they seeing this as maybe a way to, get that attention flywheel going for their products?
Yeah. So really, it breaks down to, I guess I'll sort of answer the question by highlighting some of the benefits of being a token holder. So we don't tell anyone what to do with their tokens, but I do hope they hold them because um, it is kind of a badge of honor. Everyone that we've given the token to initially during the launch has held it, to my knowledge, because sort of it creates belonging. We're all now part of a chat group, right? We are all part of our Discord community, and every time some one of our companies or some one of our community members does something, we all support that. And it is about attention, but it's also about what you do with that attention. And so as Braden goes to launch his next version of his product, we're all ready to support him because he supports us, right? He supports the community, he supports the token, he supports the message, and the ongoing values we share as a community. And so we're going to support him. And I guess the more you own, the greater the kind of voice you have in that conversation. So we have a specific whales chat that actually has resulted in several direct investments in community and companies that have come from the community. In fact, Braden himself got investment that way. Gray Whale itself got investment that way. And every time someone asks me, like, well, who would you connect me with, right, to help power my company, I know exactly who to call because they're in the chat with us and they've demonstrated their support for the values that we share by holding the token. And I think that's kind of unique, right? I don't know how many of these meme coin communities really work with their whales and large investors that way.
So one of the core principles of the community, and Josh, it seems you're muted. I'll loop you in here on the next one. It seems like one of the core principles of holding the token is just access, right? I have access to big investors. I have access to great mentors. I have access to some of the brightest minds in the business. Would you say that's the most important part about holding the token, or also just like the programmatic? You sounds like you'll have some buybacks coming from companies built maybe that support you guys. Where do you think the biggest value add for the token is, in your opinion?
Yeah, great question. All right. So actually, this might be a moment to introduce Developer Camp's executive director, Anna Spisak, who is working with me right now to develop even more cool, awesome programs that go along with access to the token. So the question just now, if you don't mind, was what, in addition to access that community members get, access to opportunities, access to each other, access to ideas, what other benefits are there to being a token holder?
Yeah, absolutely. So this might be a little alpha, I guess, on our side, in that we're not ready to fully announce this yet, but we've been thinking a lot about this. And one of the main benefits that people who participate in our events receive is kind of access to like educational opportunities that help them upskill, up-level, and kind of like get to where they want to need to be, whether that's being a successful entrepreneur or learning a new technology. And we feel really strongly that we want our token holders to have access to that as well. And so we're working with several partners to figure out what a kind of like boot camp or educational ecosystem will look like to help our token holders upskill and up-level. And so something we do for every one of our hackathons is we have what's called a boot camp before the actual event. And we send kind of video content that we create with some of the key opinion leaders for that event that's focused on our specific focus tracks, which are the future of work. So how AI is kind of reshaping the paradigm of how people work and spend their time. Also health and human potential, climate and regeneration, and then finally collective prosperity. And those are the kind of 4 focus areas that our events focus on, and technology is being built around those. And we create content to help our event participants really like think deeply about those problem spaces and get inspired by what's already happening in those spaces so that they can come to the hackathon and they can be ready to create things that are in those domains. And so what we would really like to do is extend this bootcamp content to our token holders and even create specialized content for our token holders related to, potentially Web3 technologies or even kind of like upskilling skills that can be translated into like monetizable roles in the metaverse ecosystem where they are and live, so that we can really translate the economic value that we're providing to the people who come to our live events through connection to the people who are in our token holding community. So we're really excited about that. I wasn't quite ready to talk about it, but I'm glad we're doing it with you because I think that this is something that is definitely happening and we're really stoked on.
We appreciate you breaking that. So when I think of this, it kind of sounds to me like you guys are pretty much incubating projects. I mean, it sounds like you give the education, you give the access, and then also token holders get the benefits of programmatic buying from maybe the companies that also support you guys. Have you guys thought about starting some sort of fund surrounding the developer token and investing in some of these winners?
We're laughing because this is the ongoing conversation that we've been having for kind of years now, and sharpening for the past few months. In fact, this morning, the reason I was a little delayed to this call was our strategic advisor and Anna and I have some very, very specific ideas around that. I think a fund is interesting. There's an even more interesting structure that we're working on that I really wish I could talk about right now. We're just not ready. But you are onto something. I will just say you're onto something. And maybe to pivot the discussion a little bit into what's pragmatic in terms of announcements is we talked about access, we talked about educational opportunities, we talked about upskilling. There's a very real example of that we're happy to announce today, which is that several members of our community have risen in kind of participation to take on active roles at the organization. So
that's awesome.
Right, you can actually now join our Discord or our Telegram or our X community, start talking and engaging with us, sharing great ideas, sort of demonstrating alignment with our values, and we'll straight up give you a job, right? Like, so we have people now we're actually paying.
Yeah, I feel like, yes, it is exciting news. And also we're trying to figure out specific other ways to engage our community more actively related to what we're talking about with this ecosystem. For instance, we're considering implementing a bounty program that would kind of incentivize people to help us find projects that are aligned with these values that we're talking about. Who's doing really incredible things in the future of work? Who's doing incredible things in collective prosperity, in health and human potential, in climate and regeneration that's enabled by frontier technologies? How can we connect with them? How can we bring them into our existing network of support and then provide them support? So that's something that we're considering. But as Dom was saying, it's been lovely to see kind of the dedication and commitment from community members who have been around for a long time, and also people who are joining this kind of this system already in progress and dedicating themselves and their time, and then kind of rising to these positions of trust and prominence that they've created for themselves, carved out by, coming in and being dedicated and showing up day after day, and then kind of enabling us to give them these official roles.
Yeah, and you can see that in our moderators. They've been selected by merit. You can see that in the folks who are helping us to actually operate the token Twitter account, X account, and then we have a new person that we're onboarding for another role.
So our community manager, Micro, who's been our community manager for a bit, and then also we're excited to announce that we have a social media manager, Ash, who actually I think collected all of us. So we're excited to announce that on his behalf today.
That's awesome. Shout out Ash.
Wow,
Good friend.
We'll have to break down. How do you know Ash?
We do a lot of training together. He's in chats with me, and we were actually discussing developer token. Funny stories. I've been watching developers since it launched. Via like help.fun, I think is maybe a launch pad. And so I've been watching you guys and just kind of waiting for a development, just understanding what you guys are building. And Ash re-engaged this conversation with me because it was going around in a few chats, and made the connection. So we got it done. Shout out Ash.
Yeah, that's great. And actually shout out to you, or thank you all, because I remember you gave us a shout out, or kind of were speculating or talking about us, like right after we launched, and we watched your stream, and we were excited to come on today because we really appreciate that shout out. Yeah.
Full circle.
Full circle. And funny enough, I actually worked for General Assembly, which was the largest global coding boot camp in the world. I ran their marketing for Canada.
Oh, cool.
I
Great.
definitely know that world of young talent, career changers coming through with great ideas and building companies. So I love it.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah, so true.
Yeah, it feels full circle for sure.
Hmm.
That was really early, and
Yeah, it's true. I think maybe the first week y'all were right there when
like,
it
oh, yeah.
launched. You were on
who's
it.
this guy? No, I'm like, and you were like live doing.
Yeah, I remember you were like, "Do you think you would let me take his Twitter handle?"
That was coming up. It was
I
coming up. I was
remember
like,
that. Yeah.
We were dying laughing. It was so
I was
funny.
like, yo,
It was
how's
great.
this guy have at Dom? That's wild. But I didn't know the Twitter background. Crypto Jones has a question here. Token Gated Advisory Board, very interesting. How do we get involved?
Great question. Yeah. So we in our Discord, we have a tool that allows you to connect your wallet. And if you have a certain amount, you can get access to different levels of chat. Some people would like different verification tools. I'm happy to do that because I think we're all very sensitive to our wallets. If you'd like to show or share your wallet another way, we're happy to verify you and then give you access to these specific types of chat with different people who are, larger and larger token holders. The simple answer to that is to join Discord, Telegram, or reach out to me in DM and we'll start a conversation. Our whole reason for doing this is to build community.
Right. And to clarify or double down on that, the advisory board kind of like role is tied to token holdership amount, and kind of like what that looks like in specific is still being defined, and more will come on that in the coming months.
interesting. And I just need some clarification here. You were mentioning Anna. Was it Anna Yan you were talking about earlier when you were mentioning your travels and
This is Anna Spisak, our executive director.
yes.
There are a lot of Annas though, so I yeah.
Okay.
And I think I know.
Sorry, did you want to clarify that? Like, was there more than on that?
No. I was just you were mentioning Anna earlier, who gave you the idea to launch a token. We're talking different.
Oh,
Annas
Helena.
here.
Yeah,
Oh,
Helena.
Helena.
Yeah.
Oh, Helena. Got you.
Helena Zhang. Yeah. So she won Developer Camp in March of 2025. She was Best in Show winner for that, and then was invited on this like little sort of whirlwind tour with Bill and our investor community and entrepreneurship community, where we sort of opened up our network, and she ran with it. She created this company that is helping nonprofits raise money, and since we're a nonprofit, it made perfect sense. And I think we're the best performing token on their platform, but it's really we don't think about we think about it differently, I think, than and this is where the conversation should maybe pivot into why do a meme coin? Why have a token at all? If we're really a community of in-person, real world opportunity generation machine, why would we need or want a token? And
Go ahead.
Well,
okay, not to get too abstract with it, but I think that we're in a time of paradigm shift collectively, globally. Like, things are changing at lots of levels, how we do things. And I think our systems, our economic systems, really incentivize a specific type of value. And I think when it comes to a thriving community, there are lots of different types of value that make it thrive, that make it go around. And so really, much like many other Web3 projects who are experimenting with tokenomics and how to tokenize value in their own ecosystem, we're doing that too. And, Dom's entire career history is built on relationships and relationality. And that's the focus of my work as a PhD student. So how do we think about really investing in relationships and creating an ecosystem and a network that values multiple types of contribution? And so our goal in launching a token is just the beginning of exploring how to create a thriving ecosystem that values many types of contribution and make space for everybody to thrive. And so, it's been 5 months since the original launch and a lot has happened, but this is like the tiniest blip at the beginning of a very long relationship with how this ecosystem will unfold. And so we're really exploring lots of big concepts, like Dom was saying earlier when he was kind of laughing, Dom, when you were like, have you guys thought about a fund? We're really working on articulating this model that we're seeing come to form in a lot of places right now. People are converging on this ecosystem model that has these component parts that are kind of creating systems of value, but each of those systems are incentivizing different things. And so in that way, we're also trying to experiment with how do we create this viable self-reinforcing system that creates opportunities for lots of different types of contribution to be value. And that's like a really big problem. And we need a lot of people involved who are also passionate about kind of participating in creating that new system. So that's why a token at kind of the abstract level. But I think also from a frontier technology perspective, like Web3 technology and how we're tokenizing like kind of even real world assets. That was my background. I used to work for a Web3 protocol called Goldfinch, which was on Ethereum. And it was kind of a pioneer in the
Lore.
I think I heard about Goldfinch. I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, we were doing impact investing in the global south, and they were really a pioneer in kind of the real world asset space. Like they were one of the first people doing that, like tokenizing real world assets and using that as collateral to back loans. It was very innovative at the time. And, you know, that was like 5 years ago. So that's like, you know, forever eons in this space. But anyway,
we have to wrap this segment up because we were really glad that you could hop on, Dom. I know we had some challenges at the very beginning, but I appreciate it. You're very experienced. We really appreciate your time, and you know, like just from MCG's perspective, we see kind of the world changing where this technology is meeting great companies and great founders, and it's like people aren't just investing in like random pictures of cats on the internet anymore. It's like evolving to get resources in the right hands and create economic value, and then allow people to access great founders at earlier stages where they have been, you know, locked out of the circles of the world IPOing at $30 billion or the Figmas of the world IPOing at $60 billion and almost being kind of the exit liquidity for institutions. So we're excited about what you're doing. Dom, I don't know if you want to finish with any last
I do want to rip a few questions just because I think they're top of mind for a lot of people. But I see, you know, you guys have this whole ecosystem. And I'm glad we discussed the education, we discussed the access, we discussed, you know, the potential of fund, the venture scouting bounty situation you guys have going on. The question is, how can you close that loop with a value accrual to the token? I know now you have some sort of programmatic buying with your first cohort of projects. Can you maybe just give us a little more insight or just a look into your thought process there and how you can drive value accrual back to the token?
Yeah, great question. Okay, so to do that, I've got to zoom out a little bit. I think the TLDR and what we've been saying is that we're not going away, right? We're continuing to drive this. And this is a new space where a token like this is benefiting a nonprofit. I've not seen this model before. So we're learning as we go. But that said, the flywheel kind of begins with the donation in the first place. That 1.5% of the trading fee that comes to us, we then, you know, try to multiply that value for the organization, which then results in a grant to one of the winners, as we did with Braden and the winners from our last event. Then they do great things with that, form a company. The company then inflects at some point through the go-to-market kind of opportunities we provide to them through the network and through the ecosystem. They do well, they give back to the organization in donations and sponsorship and purchasing tokens themselves. So the flywheel, it may take a bit, but it continues back towards Developer Camp in sponsorship and donations, the way that Help.Fund does, right? They provide, but they came from the event in March, formed a company, provided support to us, which ongoing provides donations. Every week we get a donation, and that, you know, those are returns to the organization we can then reinvest in the ecosystem. So I can't talk about the price or talk about price action or any of that, but you can see that the flywheel then continuously brings attention, investors, activity, and participation towards the centerpiece, which is the token itself.
Thank you. Okay, I appreciate that answer. Also, a conversation we have a lot on this channel is just seeing these private markets. And as you guys know, we've seen markets stay private for so long now compared to in the past, and of course grow so fast, raising from 100 mil to $1 billion, sometimes in the matter of a year or two, right? Recent examples like Kalshi or some of these data labeling platforms. I mean, the list goes on. You guys have a fantastic pipeline. I see you're partnered here with Surge, or Surge is a current sponsor. You guys have a fantastic pipeline yourself. Have you guys thought of a launch pad or somehow democratizing access to private companies to where maybe you have tradable private equity on chain, or something that's maybe typically gated from most investors. Is that just a thought you guys have had or conversated about?
Great question. We partnered with Help.Fund in this launch, right? And they essentially are the quote unquote owners or maintainers of the token that benefits us. And I believe, I mean, I guess I can say this because Bill announced it on stage on Friday at our last event together, that they're expanding their strategy to include a launch platform for this type of thing. It's tricky because there are these regulations in the US regarding securities. And so you can't really directly tokenize equity per se. Like you can't offer someone to buy a token which represents a specific share.
Right.
That's currently regulated. But there are different ideas around that they're working on. And since they're our launch partner and we're very close with them, we're examining that opportunity as well. There are a few of these opportunities. You've seen Surge and other platforms attempt this. It's just very tricky in the US how that's done exactly. It's a great idea. I'd like to see it continue. I just am not clear exactly on the path forward with that. And that's why we have 3-4 different legal advisory firms on this. Like as a nonprofit, we have to have a nonprofit attorney, which involves tax. We have our securities professionals that we work with in this space. And then we have also a specific like crypto focused firm that we work with. And then so there's folks who are actually helping us get our exemption as well. So that's a total.
We're hoping to see some movement on this file very soon, ideally.
Yeah.
Right. With the Clarity Act, and we see all these types of workarounds, right? You see SPVs have come for private equity, you
senior debt notes.
So
and there's also like, I mean, look, there are also different approaches to it. I mean, meme coins and volatile assets such as securities are interesting, and there's also a lot of activity in the stablecoin space.
Yeah.
Where, right, like for example, one of the community members we are very close with, who was the reason we were on stage on Friday was for his private company, but he's also developing an amazing project called Neso Pay, NESOPAY.com, which is a new stablecoin concept. There are so many ways to skin a cat. That we're always in conversation with these different groups. I think us doing a launch platform may not be aligned because that isn't really part of our operation like mission. It would maybe tie us too closely to one specific technology, but we're in partnership and in conversation with a lot of different groups who are attempting this, and we'd love to continue that conversation.
There you go. TLDR, you guys are thinking about a lot and working to iterate. My last question, I think I'll close us off with this. We have some amazing sponsors on the screen here, sponsors, attendees, winners of some of the hackathons. Tell me, Dom, one thing that you've seen from all these founders that you think is kind of the key to making these businesses so successful?
Wow, yeah. It has to be this alignment around impact. I think the term impact innovation is the main phrase we talk about in this house here. It's the values that we share as an organization, the inclusion that's required to find those diverse ideas and empower people who haven't had a voice before. I look for every other place than the obvious to find people, right? Universities, undergraduate high schools, families. I mean, some of the best winners in my event have been kids who've grown up with this organization over the years. In fact, our winningest young person is graduating college this year, Stanford.
Wild. It's wild, dude. You see these kids go from playing video games to now the 16-year-olds are creating consumer SaaS products. And it's like, what
or like the
on?
developers in Roblox. I used to run a Roblox dev studio. Some of these kids were making $30 million, $20 million on, deving Roblox games. Crazy.
Yeah. But did I get that right? I mean, it is about impact, right, Anna?
Yeah, I think it's about impact. And I think it's also about remembering that, like, even if there's one person at the helm, like they're the face, that big initiatives or huge ideas take a village of people to make them happen. And so it's about how those leaders mobilize people and make them feel valued and supported and like they can do the job that they need to do to get things done. Because no one individual brilliant person can create a paradigm shifting piece of technology. And so I think that that's kind of like at the ethos of this event, is that those people are rewarded as well, because that's what it takes to make something that lasts.
Yeah, the
Fascinating.
collective prosperity mentality for sure.
All right. Well, we appreciate your time. We appreciate your answers. We got to
Yes.
get you guys back on just to talk shop and pick your brains sometime outside of developer, because there's a lot there.
That would be cool.
But we appreciate you guys.
All right.
And keep
Yeah,
me in
thanks
mind
so
when you're ready to
much.
get rid of that handle.
All right.
All right, guys. See you later.
Bye.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Dude,
Wow.
crazy. Really cool group there. That was, yeah, guy did what, the 6th tweet in the world? Like, that's crazy.
I mean, a
So-
wealth of knowledge, and of course, like, you know, seeing it all, right? Seeing it all from the most successful companies to startups at the earliest stages, and talk to so many founders. Like, you know, there is things you pick. Obviously, there are things you pick up from these conversations, and so sometime we gotta get both Dom and Anna back on to, you know, really just hone in on some of these questions, because it's important for investors to know these things too. When you're making your
course.
decision, we talk about it's not always about you know, the company, the fundamentals. It's like 90% weighs on the founder and who's behind
Always
it. So,
betting on founders. Cool. With that, we have an impromptu guest today. We had P0 kind of pop onto our radar earlier and actually got into the replies of MCG, and we thought we'd have P0 up here. So we're gonna pull up Sir Pepe here to get an
Pepe.
understanding of what P0 Systems is.
Hello?
Hey,
hey,
how's it going?
Can you hear us? I don't think you can hear us. I gotta say though, incredible bag work that that Pepe saw the stream. Whoever's in here bag working, by the way, Pepe saw the stream or someone tagged him for P0, and he's on here ready to talk about it day one, which I gotta say is you know, round of, you know, props for that. That's pretty great. Though it seems there's technical difficulties, which seems to be the story of the day.
We're gonna get it sorted.
In the meantime, man,
I got
back up.
comms with him, so I'll try and get him sorted out.
Sweet. In the meantime, we'll pull up
We
pull up
have,
some Twitters and see what we can do.
Hey, can you
Can
hear
you
us?
hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, now I can hear you. Had to reload.
Okay, Pepe, thanks for joining. First and foremost, dude, you managed to get on here the second we talked about you. That's pretty incredible bag work there. So props to you.
Thank you. Yeah, I saw the tweet and I was like, hey, you know what? Let me just reach out.
Very cool. Okay, I got some questions. I'm sure you saw. We saw your token launch. I saw some big wallets buying. Caught a lot of people's attention. I don't think I have a full understanding of what the project does. You guys have some really cool
Yeah, sure.
videos. So maybe Pepe, you can start at the top here. I think I'm getting ahead of myself. Can we hear about a bit about you and the team first, and then we'll get into P0 and what exactly it is you're building?
Yeah, sure. So it's a solo founder, just me pretty much building. We have other advisors and team members too on board, but I'm just the main developer. I've been building in crypto for a while, since high school pretty much. I'm 21 right now. I live abroad. Pretty much P0 it's a platform for builders and non-developers to create projects, meme coins, apps, anything they think of, and instantly create it and deploy it on Pump Fund or Bags or whatever launchpad available. And basically P0 handles all the code, infra, domains, and the only thing the user has to do is upload image or upload, a link, a Twitter link, or their idea, and P0 does the rest. So we have pretty cool features too, because we offer support for everyone, like support for mass deployers, support for developers, support for traders. We have something called batch deploy for our P0 Pro members, where you click one button and you get 10 different deployments automatically. P0 goes through trending like news events happening, trending memes happening currently in the market, and then it basically curates 10 viral ideas and projects for you to deploy and instantly deploys them for you. They're a mix of utility projects and meme projects. So you're not just getting pure meme slop, you're also getting some utility projects. So maybe you'll get something that would basically use your token as the project together. And then also, we also cater for like our free users too. We don't just have like, a lot of things behind our gated paywall. So just like other platforms, I know they basically charge 0.1 SOL for a free for a subdomain, but every deployment on P0 comes with a free domain. We have over 10 TLDs right now. P0 TLDs where like P0.computer, P0.serve, P0.world, etc. And users can pretty much add their own custom subdomain to their deployment. And then pro users get domains for 0.1 SOL. Any domain they want, .com, XYZ. It could be any price, and we subsidize it for pro members, pretty much. What else am I missing out there? We also have a trading terminal too for traders to view the code and projects that are launched by P0.
Okay, there's a
so we have a
ton to
lot of
dissect
things.
here. Yeah. Let's go maybe product by product here. At a high level, you guys are basically firstly helping people generate ideas for apps, businesses, companies, whatever you want to call it, to launch. And then they can essentially autonomously launch whatever that idea is. Let's start there. At the top of the funnel, you have idea generation, right? Do people come and input their original ideas, or are you fully like, hey, here are 10 ideas. What do you like best?
Yeah, that's the thing with P0. We cater for everyone. So there's something for everyone in P0. So if you have your own idea, you could type it in, or if you want to have like an image or a Twitter link, you could just send a Twitter link. That's it. And it basically generates a meme, a meme coin or utility based on that Twitter link. Or if you don't have an idea, you can click our P0 idea maker. And basically what that does is it finds different ideas, and basically it checks also current memes in the market now. So say there's a current coin like Dogecoin out right now, it won't basically remake that same coin in the market. It'll remake something new and fresh. And it'll check the viral score to make sure it's actually people will like it in the market currently. And our whole goal is, and for developers, is every deployment for P0 makes at least around $100 in development fees. So we did a test deployment on our tweet we actually just showed, and we did a test deployment and it made around 1 Solana in around 30 minutes using P0 just from one click. So that's the whole goal. Yeah. So the whole goal is pretty much just like getting developers to try to, use it easy as possible, earn money, and also lead away from rugs too. Because the thing with P0 is all developer wallets too are locked too. So developers are able to claim their funds and also control the funds that are in their control. But this leads so developers can't sell or things like that for their tokens.
Okay, wait.
So building a safer space for a community.
Can you reiterate the safety part? I think one of my concerns when you guys launched is I saw a pretty fresh Twitter account, anonymous developers, and it's crypto. You seem to have been in crypto for a little while. You understand how it goes. That's going to set off some red flags. What do you tell people in terms of the safety aspect? You want to make it safe. How can they trust, of course, yourself and then the projects at launch? Can you just get into that a little bit more?
Yeah. So every project that launches on P0 that's not a pro member comes to launch with P0 badge, basically. So you basically know that this project is built on P0 and trusted. And basically when developers deploy their token, a big thing that happens is usually they'll buy a large amount and then they'll sell it instantly, or sell it like really later on, dump the supply, etc. Rugging. So what P0 does is we control developer wallets. They're all locked, and the developers only are able to claim their fees. And if they do buy tokens, as you've seen in the video, it's called pre-sniper defense. That basically developers are able to put a certain amount of Solana in, and then P0 basically within 10-30 seconds automatically sells. So it basically gets rid of all snipers for the developer instead of the developer doing it for them, doing it themselves.
Okay, interesting. And this can build apps too. It's not just the Fat Hat Cat meme coin with a nice little image.
I actually got ahead of myself too and kind of leaked the little roadmap. But yeah, there is app. Yeah.
Hey, we have a rule, Pepe. If you start talking about it on MCG, you got to finish. So.
Yeah, but there is upcoming app maker, so users are gonna be able to create full blown Expo apps, iOS and test flight, and actually deploy to the Seeker store, all through P0.
Oh. Have you guys had conversations with Seeker yet?
I'm actually trying to get in contact with someone because that's why it's in the works for instant deployment, because we have the instant deployment from P0 to test flight and Google Play Store right now, but Seeker is just a little more complicated. It's different, so working that one out.
How does the app builder work maybe per se? Obviously with Claude, we see Claude Code has been blowing up. We see
Mhm.
people vibe coding using these, and now it just feels like we say way too much recursive models here to just basically build stuff and get it done. How has app deployment sped up because of these new models? And like, have you had this product out for a while? Did Claude Code really help just consolidate this? I'm just trying to
Mhm.
figure out. I've seen people make low code, no code app builders in the past. I'm trying to figure out what
Mhm.
makes you guys different, as well as like how this has been accelerated by the recent,
Mhm.
Claude Code developments, and vibe coding
Yeah,
developments.
good question. So the thing with P0 is, as you've seen recently, there's a bunch of new vibe coded projects, right? A bunch of new projects coming out, created, and they're really good, you know. And the problem is there's so many of them. Like there's one of our first launch videos. If you see our first video we posted, we actually talked about it. Like if everyone could build something, what is the true meaning, you know, of building and creating? So basically, P0 is here to guide the ideas of creators. You know, we're just a guiding stepping stone for people to actually launch their ideas. So when you're launching something, say through Claude Code or whatever, you're vibe coding something, it might like put your keys in like the GitHub repo or something, you know, or you might hard code something that you're not supposed to hard code. So it's all these security, you know, risk and everything that other people might not know about. And also, if you look at Ask Claude or all these models, they're not too keen and up to date on actual like the trenches, you know. So P0 is we use basically different models, but we also use a fine tune model for our idea maker that is fine tuned on recent launches. It's always scans all launches, current memes, Twitter. It has the true basically, you know, the trenches, meaning the idea that other models don't have when creating meme websites and everything.
So I think I get the gist of it. It's a one-stop shop for automating, launching, and deploying tokens and apps. Tell me, how does the value accrual? How does the value accrual happen back to the token? I saw you guys had a few different things where you had like P1 Pro. You mentioned that even a second ago. Can you just tell me a little bit about how you guys make some money,
Mhm.
how the holders of the token make some money, all that good stuff?
Mhm. Yeah, so P0 also has something called the P0 market maker, where every deployment that is deployed on P0 has their own built-in market maker funded by P0. So you can enable it on your deployments, and basically we will facilitate like the volume for your token, and profits from that are put back into the treasury for the P0 buybacks. And then also for the P0 Pro memberships, we do buybacks based on the profits from that, you know, monthly or so, or maybe weekly, well, depends, because we have all the costs and everything. But yeah, mostly the profits come back from P0 Pro and then also our market maker that go back into the token.
Got you. Curious, how long have you been working on P0, and what does the team look like behind this?
We've been working on it for around early of December, I want to say. And then we have roughly 5 like advisors or so, and 2 developers on board.
Oh, that's a pretty, pretty big team, especially in today's era of, lean teams and agents and AI. Are you guys
I
planning on
mean, yeah,
doxing anyone?
that's a good thing too. Like, AI is very helpful to like good, but you know, it's not really helpful for connections and talking with people and meeting human connections and talking. So it's
Well, on
always
that note,
good to have some
then
people
maybe
on there.
absolutely. On that note, then what does the business development side look like in BD? Who are you guys talking to? Are you integrating this with any big players? Maybe this will be integrated into Meteor or integrated into Pump Fun or integrated into some sort of I don't know, other app or integration.
Bags app.
Bags app, like whatever,
Yeah,
whatever
so
it
right
is.
now we do feature we do feature Pump Fun, and then we do feature bags right now for launch pads. We do have something cooking in the works. Can't say too much on that, but we do have something cooking in the works for the possible thing on P0 to launch. And then we're also working on, like I said, Seeker, our dedicated Seeker platform we're working on too. So our Seeker holders can, launch directly on our Seeker phone. And also we have our P0 terminal. I'm not sure if I talked about that too, but if you go to terminal.p0.systems, it's still in high beta, but basically it's a terminal for all the P0 deployments. So it shows you before they're bonded, before they're deployed, pretty much. What the project is, developer, what they built, and everything.
One more time, that's
you can talk to the
terminal.p0.
developer. Yeah, terminal.p0.
That's it.
You can ask the developer. These are terminal.p0.systems.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
Yeah. You can ask the developer about like the project they're building for updates, bonding cycle. And there are actually going to be some more pretty cool updates on the terminal page coming in the future. But I can't really leak so much.
Yeah, I was about to say, you're coming on here. I think you're going to get a little slap on the wrist here. If you keep...
Yeah, I have no media training, obviously.
That's
okay.
right.
That's what
As
we want on
founders
MTG.
have no media training. That's what we want. So.
Yeah.
But okay, so I'm looking at this terminal you just talked about. I don't know. Maybe help me understand.
I
Like,
can give actually a little more on the terminal actually, because the terminal was not too much promoted by, but we're gonna start talking about the terminal a little more. We have some promo videos coming out, but basically the terminal is gonna be the whole trading section for traders. So you know how I said in the beginning, P0 is for everyone, or for builders, or for traders, or for noobs. So people who are on trading every day, who don't want to create coins and everything, they're like, okay, this is what you for. It's trade on. So on P0 terminal, you earn bits, basically cash back on every trade. So on top of earning bits, you also get to talk with the developers. You get to talk with the community. You get to get more data faster than other platforms. And then we're also going to promote our trading platform terminal more, so users can start using it other platforms out there. So Good Morning or Bullx and everything.
Got you. Yeah, this is really interesting. You guys are like kind of working on a lot, it seems, outside the, just the one-stop shop deployment.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. And I lost my question I just had. So Josh, you have some time if you want to butt in here and ask anything.
No, I think we've covered tokenomics, the different product lines. I think maybe just the token itself. It's not an ownership token. Obviously, it's just people kind of are buying it based on volumes. Like, do you have traction that you can talk about that was pre-token or now post-token?
The P terminal will also go back into the token too. So basically,
like the trading
from
fees, right?
Yeah. So this is why a big thing we're going to be pushing is our terminal too. So we don't want to fully push, everything towards keep building, because, you can't have everyone build something now, you have to have, a certain amount of people who are building, certain amount of people who are trading, a good amount, flow. So that's why P0 is for everyone pretty much. So our next stage is pretty much promoting more for a terminal and more for the traders. So people would be more comfort, and useful, getting using our terminal basically. And the cashback rewards are in Solana too. So that's a good thing about our terminal compared to others.
And Dom, you had mentioned that Maya from Street or something bought this. Like what do you know?
Let me clarify. I saw a few wallets buying, and this is just what's getting sent around in my chats. I heard Zinc, Maya, a few others buy, but I haven't personally confirmed that for what it's worth. So that's just word on the street. I'm not gonna say Maya's been buying something when it,
okay, yeah, we don't want to endorse it publicly, but I don't know. Do you have any idea of who owns your token, or are you part of a trading group that's behind this? Give us a little idea of who you think your early users are here.
No, we're what do you mean early? Like a trading group? No, we're just pieces, nothing like trading group or anything. Just people love the product. We've been building in stuff for a while actually. So if you can check our Twitter, we've been in stuff for around a month actually and had beta. So if you were in basically our Telegram group or Discord group early on, you could try it out and test out different projects and deploy on it. So if you were early enough to see our posts before then you were lucky enough to join and find us.
Interesting. I want to run it back real quick. You said you have 5 or so people on the team, a lot of them doing the human to human interaction part. Can you tell me a little bit about what BD currently looks like? Who are you guys talking to, reaching out to? Like, what's the boots on the
Any
ground side of
funding
business?
either as well?
Yes, so we did receive $50,000 from Daytona for our infra. So we have actually a lot of funding too in our infra side and LLMs. We also received money from Cerebras for their AI chip, around $20,000 in funding from them. That's what actually powers our rapid mode. That's why it's so fast. You get a coin under a minute because of their chips. We're also, and then for Daytona powers all of our servers for sandboxes. Because every coin you create has an isolated sandbox. So we received 50K from them. And then we also, I believe we received the AWS, startup thing too. And a bunch of other stuff too.
Nice.
Okay, so I mean, you guys have pretty good funding and runway and some big backers. Are there plans to put a face to this company? Are we going to see anyone docs at any point?
We actually are applying to the Pump Fund Hackathon, so you do need to create a 2 to 3 minute video. So we have something in the works. But yeah, again, I'm spoiling something. But yeah, we have some something cool in the works.
Yeah, no, that's great to hear because I just feel like this market, at least it's been depressed for the last year. It feels like in terms of quality launches, and also that's I guess would be my next question too. Is did you guys like plan out timing on this launch? Hey, like the markets are looking pretty good. It's time to launch. Have you been holding off for a little while, or like how is that
Yeah,
internal conversation looked?
Yeah, we've been holding for a good amount of time. We were gonna launch a few times before, but we stopped it. It wasn't the right time. Bugs we found, something wasn't right. And these are ethos and our motto is perfect it, make sure it's perfect. Get it done. Don't put out slop. And that's what we did. So we wanted to make sure it was perfect timing. And that's what we did.
11 tokens launched. Do we have a sample of those tokens? Like, is there a way you can go?
Yeah. So the
through
first coin, actually, we did a test coin called like EHC, Fat Cat, or whatever. Some like on a video you could see. And it launched on Pump Fund. Also on the terminal you could see the other coins launched there. We're also gonna do a campaign to get more tokens launched. We're going to sponsor all the free deployments for rapid mode coming up because pro members have all free deployments. So we're gonna allow free members to have free deployments also. So everyone can have, a kick at it and try it out.
Interesting. Crypto Jones has a question. He's always in here with questions. He says, and this is probably a good time to start wrapping up and go towards closing thoughts here. So he asks, what's to come? Why should I hold a token? Maybe on that note, give us an idea of roadmap, what you guys are working towards. Of course, directly address Crypto Jones here on the what's to come. Why should I hold the token part as well?
Yeah. So the roadmap is, much bigger than just creating projects and everything for websites. As I said, we do have an app maker coming out, which is going to lead into something bigger in our roadmap later on, which is going to allow us to basically create our own ecosystem. So the whole goal is making a P0 ecosystem. Like I said, we're for everyone. So we have something for traders. We have something for creators, developers, builders, streamers, everyone, app builders, vibe coders, and everyone. The goal is everyone's building, everyone's deploying, everyone's earning. So we're gonna be able to get all those avenues. And we definitely have a lot of new features and products coming out very soon that would intrigue a lot of people.
Okay, good roadmap update. Again, on the token side, though, I don't think we really got a great answer there on why should I hold the token.
Yeah, so for the token side, P0 has the buybacks from our terminal, which is going to be from our terminal trading fees, which is going to fund a lot of these buybacks. Because again, we're going to be all these tokens that were being created. We're going to promote these tokens. We have our P0 market maker, and we're helping also all our builders. So we're not just having a platform for builders, here you go, launch it. We're also helping our builders earn and boost our tokens. Our goal is to have at least all of our tokens above 50K market cap, 100K market cap, and a stable ecosystem. And then all these trading fees are going back into the coin for buybacks, and then also the trading fees from the market maker go back into the token, and also the fees from percentage of the fees from the pro membership go back into the token.
So basically, buybacks from pretty much all your services. Are these written into a smart
Oh,
contract?
we also do have P0 credits too. So our apps, like if you have AI integrations, if you want your app or photo generation in your app, etc., you could buy credits, and these also go back into percentage of them. Profits go back into the token. What was your question?
Yeah, well, that even brings me to a whole nother question. Then again, it goes back to the BD side. You probably have guys reaching out right now to get your integrations into a lot of apps. Like how have those conversations been going? Do you think you should have development on who's going to maybe be buying credits to use your technology within their apps?
Yeah, so we have right now integrations where we sponsor different ones for like database, price API, pricing AI agent, basically an AI agent that has up-to-date data on a blockchain, and also more custom integrations. That's another feature in the roadmap where projects could basically pay us like an advertisement fee to integrate into other projects for them. So say there's some project that has some AI service or Vines, I think Vince or whatever is the LLM private service on chain. Say they want to have an advertisement to use their services for our project deployments, they could pay for that for integration and such. So there's definitely there's a whole many avenues we have we could go around for P0. That's the beauty of it. It's not just one thing we're focused on. We have many different avenues we could focus and work on.
Awesome. And question on, actually, I guess also, do you have a number on how much you guys have been doing in terms of revenue from all these integrations, or how growth has been looking in those terms? Obviously, you just launched the.
Well, no, we just started, so we have fresh stats right now.
Okay, so pretty much call it pre-rev is what we'll start at. Got you. So, as for the buybacks that are yet to come, are those written into a smart contract? Have you guys nailed down exactly how much, percentage wise, that's going to be?
No. So after basically the profits from after spending expenses and everything on costs, then it would go back into the buybacks. We have actually very low cost. It's a good thing because of all the grants and funding we have. And then it'll be all manual. We have our multi-sig, so funds would go to our multi-sig wallet. And then from multi-sig, we'll do from there. We'll also have a post coming up too for our public wallets for multi-sig, so users can see and watch.
You guys locked some P0
Oh, and also
tokens.
too, I wanted to say too, for activity outside of our developer wallet, we're playing around with Meteorola for a thing that's coming up in our roadmap that's we're working on. So if you see funds, you're seeing a lot of funds of Solana with the pairing on Meteorola. That's because of our future update.
Meteora, just
the Meteor, the LP equity prior.
The AMM, right? Meteora.
Yeah.
They're a sponsor of our show, by the way. So if you need any relationships there, let us know. We're happy to make them.
We'd love to.
Yeah, maybe hit on this here. Team tokens locked for 24 hours.
Oh, yes. So basically that's another thing. 24-hour period, because we're adding liquidity basically almost every 24 hours. So take some, pair it. And also we have a large percentage of holding 10% for the pump fund hackathon too.
Yeah, team tokens locked for 24 hours. I've seen
it's gonna be we're working we're slowly working the whole thing out because we don't want to lock it for so long. We actually need to use it now for different things. So we still have liquidity we have to pair. We definitely need more liquidity to pair with. So that's why we 24-hour periods.
Yeah, interesting. I don't know. I've seen this done before, and it might even raise more red flags, I think, than green ones, just because so many projects come through locked for 24 hours just to use that as some way to exit the next day. Not saying that that's what you guys are gonna do.
Yeah, no, I find it actually better because I feel like it gives a team more incentives to keep pushing faster updates too. than locking in for like 6 years or 98 years. That's like useless. Who the fuck's
Right.
living for 98 years, you know? So I feel like, shorter time basically gives incentives for teams to move faster. Because in crypto, 1 hour is like 1 day here. You can't move slow. So pretty much that's my whole thing. But we're definitely focusing on gonna lock it for longer. But for the first, 24 to 48 hours, just settle things down.
Yeah, interesting. We'll see how that works out. I can see the comments. I can already see it happening. Is potentially people front running this, thinking you guys are going to dump as soon as this unlocks. So, yeah, I don't know. Just a little my piece on it, but
Yeah.
cool. I think we hammered a ton here. I think we pretty much just went rapid fire and got through everything. Maybe closing thoughts, what people should do to keep up with the project.
Mhm.
How do they trade
I would
on it?
Yeah, so I would definitely keep up like within hours or so because we're gonna have some few posts coming up, promo campaigns for the free members. So we're gonna sponsor all deployments. So they'll be free on rapid mode for 3 deployments for free account. And then also we're gonna have a little tutorial on how to use a terminal page and get cash back with the bits using P0 terminal.
Okay, great. And people can go and keep up with you at what are the tags? Where can people find you guys? Twitter. You said,
P0 on Twitter, and we're also gonna have a Discord community coming out soon too.
All right. Well, Josh, unless you have anything, we appreciate.
Yeah, no,
putting that on.
credit to you for jumping in the replies and hopping on here.
No
obviously you
problem.
replied
I've been up like 72 hours straight too. So sorry if I'm like
bro, you did
got
great.
the little developer. Crazy
I will
feed.
say I love that you came up here and just like you were like, oh, I'm excited. That we're doing this, we're doing this, we're doing this. And you're like, probably shouldn't have said that. So.
Yeah.
All right.
No, you're good, bro.
Well,
Thanks
thank
for
you.
hopping on.
Nice talking with you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice
Take
talking
care.
to you.
Bye.
All right. There it is. That was a good update.
All right.
Pretty I mean, yeah, got him on right after this launch. So that was nice. Obviously not necessarily an endorsement from us at all.
No,
but
not an endorsement, guys. But hey, look, at the end of the day, what we do here at MCG, if you're watching the channel for the first time, is there's a hot project, and you can either just trust the marketing that you see on X and what everyone else is saying, or you can hear from the founder directly and decide for yourself. So that's the platform we provide.
on that note, we gotta jump over here. This is insane, guys. This is insane, guys. The demand from Claudbot right now is going crazy, Josh, and I hope you're seeing the Orgo chart right now. If not, I will pull it up for you. Here, I'll show everyone up 59% on the day. And we just candled to new all-time high. So for those who celebrate, which we do.
Nice.
Nonetheless, I'm gonna pull up the tweet as soon as Moby Screener loads for me. Come on, buddy.
Oh my goodness. Dude, that's
Come
wild.
on, buddy. Yeah. So exactly what we talked about. It didn't seem that sellers were willing to sell here, and they have a lot of, interest clearly. And I'll show you exactly what I mean by that. Nick put out this tweet. He goes, "Hi, I'm Nick from Orgo. We processed 1 million platform API requests in just the last 24 hours. I'm excited to see all the cool use cases of giving your agent a computer. We'd love to hear from you at our XRGM, Spencer or Nick at any time. Happy building." Bro, that's demand right there. That's demand right there. Real
What
quick,
have we been saying, guys, on MCG? 1 million API requests. Wild.
real quick. Let's see what Grok has to say. Because 1 million API requests, I hear the word 1 million. That's a ton. No clue what that means. It depends heavily on the context.
I was going to say, this is very, very context dependent.
Okay. 1 million.
Like if it's a request, like, hey, what's the weather right now? Like, obviously that's probably a low value one, but something like computer use, I mean, that
actually very high volume. Almost any realistic context, especially if this is referring to the X/Tour API, given your handle. Yeah. So they're probably spending a lot here on just API in general. So wow. Okay, there you go. There's your answer from Grok. Nuts though.
it said it brought, I think earlier in the day, Nick said it brought down their website because
Yes.
it was the traffic was so high they had to do some work on that.
How can we do better? There you go, Spencer. Get in the trenches, man. How can you do better? It's always about iteration. Nonetheless, super cool, bro. We've been preaching, banging the drums on Orgo. We like it. Again, recent post here from Nick, almost at 100K views. Again, super cool demonstration, directing people directly to the Orgo site. His last one got 1.2 million views. So there's absolutely overflowing demand for this. If I was Nick, I'd be pumping out videos like this as often as possible, because these things with the camera facing the computer and just like narrating are going crazy. So lots of demand there. Also, let's check out their website because I'm seeing something. Let's see their new website. Have you seen the new Orgo website?
Yeah, we showed it yesterday.
Okay, I think there's a note in here about funding potentially. Potentially. Let's see. Let me go to the white paper because I'm seeing here from Game, he posted something. I'm not sure if this is Orgo. Let me just make sure. Second time dev is going viral, not a fluke. And that's attention is the currency. Blah, blah, blah. If you want more easy to just check, simple search query. Best part is I'm gonna try to get some stuff for you guys because I'm seeing this tweet, but it might not be Orgo related. It says we raised 21 million to give Fortune 100 clouds for AI agents. No, this is not. I don't think this is Orgo related.
They said they raised 21 million. I was about to like.
No. Okay, so here's a post from Game. Okay, so let me be very clear with what I'm saying here. Game is a very big Orgo bull. Here's what he posted. He said, here are what some of the Web 2 companies in this sector are doing. And then he sent a screenshot of a competitor. We raised 21 million to give Fortune 100 clouds for AI agents. So like there's a lot of demand for this in in the traditional markets, right? This is not just something we're seeing pop off on Twitter for now. But
you're showing the website just if you wanted to show that tweet.
I can. It's on Twitter
or
it's on Telegram, unfortunately. But yeah, really great updates here. And super cool stuff. So always happy to talk about Orgo. Let's backtrack a little bit to P0. What do you think about P0?
I like how they have a bunch of functionality kind of built into one ecosystem. Like, look, if you can create kind of like the launch mechanism plus the trading terminal and it's good, there might be something there, right? There definitely might be something there. I don't know. It's
here would be my
200K, so you got to be careful.
Here would be my sound words of advice as someone who's seen this for a long time now. I would say wait those 24 hours to see what happens with those tokens. That just locking tokens for 24 hours is not a good look. Like it's not a good look. It's almost more detrimental, I think, than like valuable. He disagreed with that, but I've seen it done a million times, and it's typically just to get people excited. Oh, they locked, but it's a very short amount of time. I would say wait for that. Wait for the docs. So they want to participate in the Solana hackathon or the Pump Fund hackathon. There might be a docs coming with that. I'd wait for a docs, man. It's you can't.
Yeah,
you can't
be careful.
Anonymous developers.
You got to be very careful.
I hope that they're being honest and true, but it's our job to make sure we're protecting ourselves. So keep that in mind. Let's read some of these comments. What's the Nick from Orgo? Good new tweet. Yep, Ave. Thank you. 1 week would make more sense in my opinion. Yes, Crypto Jones locking for at least a week would make more sense. Full ported because of MCG. Thanks. Top Fumbler, if this is true, man, you are up, bro. Good stuff. But I would never recommend full porting. But you're a beast. Top Fumbler is actually a really good trader from what I've seen. So he knows what he's doing. If you haven't noticed, I'm trying to ask the uncomfortable questions so you don't have to. Crypto Jones, thank you. Yeah, I mean, no, it's helpful when we can just pin it on you and we're sitting here. But I think we did a good job asking uncomfortable questions today. But keep it up. We like those, Crypto Jones. Definitely. GG Orgo. Yeah, good vids. Sweet. Cool stuff. I want to talk about something else. Again, I told you there's a lot to check out. There's a lot going on. So maybe I pull up this Splat World. Interesting. Today, Splat World posted something, and they had a YC guy comment on it. So
Zoom
let me
that
see
in
if I
if
can
you
find.
can too, please.
Yes. Let me see if I can find it quickly though. I think it's this. No. Would it be this one? No. I'm gonna zoom in when I find it, guys. Bear with. Either way, there was a A16Z or a YC, or A16Z was what it was. There was an A16Z dude that commented on something from Slad World, and it absolutely made the chart go insane. So I'll pull that up. It has since retraced. But I watched the video and I thought it was super cool. Market cap. Why do it look like this? I must have the wrong one. Let me find the right one.
We need those new Mobi desktop tools ASAP.
ASAP. Here, let me just play this video. I will look for I'll look for the right ticker in the meantime. But look at this video. Like, it's pretty sick. Just understand the concept. This is not an endorsement or shill of the token, but like the concept is pretty cool. You take 2D images and it renders them into 3D images. So like game developers and people can work on stuff. So I'll just play the video while I look for the token.
Hi, I'm Lefty, and I'm building Splat World. So, what are splats? Splats are
Speed it
3D
up a little for
renderings
us here.
of 2D images, and they create explorable worlds. These are used by robotics researchers, game developers. For example, like using them in robotics, it's a lot cheaper, a lot more
Like,
efficient.
that's pretty
rather
cool.
than having to go somewhere, train on location.
That was a
you can
2D
upload a
image.
headset, train your robots. Currently, splat generation is a little bit clunky. Typically, it can only be done on UIs, web UIs, what have you. And I've created a Claude extension that completely streamlines this entire process. For example, right here, you just load up the Splat World extension. You can train your agents on a taste profile, or you can just directly generate something. So like right here, prompt that I used was Nintendo 64 reminiscent, and it created this image for me using Nano Banana Pro. Claude expanded upon my prompt, and now all I have to do, type Splat World convert. I'll tell my Claude agent specifically, convert 7.png. And now it's going to generate a 3D splat for me from Marble Labs. So this takes a few minutes, sometimes like 5, sometimes 10. The idea is you can have your own agent that lives inside of your Claude code. It develops a taste profile based on what you
can hear this, right, Josh?
A rating system, or there's just a direct. If you just want to generate an image, generate a splat, you can do that, or you can batch create.
You guys get it. I'm not gonna bore you with the rest of the video, but I think it's pretty cool.
Currently, I have 4 times
Just
per day.
pause it or mute it for a second. There's been tools like this. I used to be when I was running a game shop doing pitches for clients, we used to use a tool exactly like this. I'm trying to remember what it was called. The founder, she was like into crypto too, which is kind of ironic. Is this the do you have the chart there?
Yeah, here's the chart. So it had the A16Z guy comment on this saying, hey, it's pretty cool. I'm going to try it out or something along those lines. Pumped it up to 4 million, and now it's back at 1.1 million market cap. Whether it's been done before or not, I haven't seen it. I think it's sick. I think it's sick that you can take a picture, turn it into a 3D image, and like train robotics inside that world. So, I thought it was cool.
Robot
Josh, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
training. Yeah, training, interesting. Game developers have been using stuff like this for a long time. What is the starts with an E? I'll find it. Just give me a second.
313 top fumbler, no. No is in no, this token sucks. Maybe
Or
it does.
no
I haven't
as
done a lot of
in-
research. Or no is in I don't know. Nonetheless, Splat World, I just felt like mentioning it because I saw the comment today. Let's see what people are saying on Twitter.
Got
See
to
what
do
the
that
tweeters
Twitter
are saying.
DD.
Because this is where my opinions come from. Twitter. No. Okay. Team has 46.5% of Splat, according to CA. Could it be bundled? Of course, man. Of course. Probably is, actually. Let's see. I'm submitting Splat World to Pump on Hackathon. There will be bugs. I'm one guy with an army of agents working on this. Bear with me as I push updates. There are a lot of things I'd like to do with the Splat World. I'm committed to seeing them through. Looks really cool. Let's see. Where is this A16? Look, here it is. Okay. Head of A16Z. is even posting about this. Millions. AI added 3D world building is getting ridiculous. This is a large multi-room Gaussian splat, 6 million splats, has streaming, LOD, character support, spatial audio, physical collision, VR support, and streaming audio on. Great place to watch a movie. So is this made by Splat? I don't know. But this guy, I think exactly this guy, Martin, was the one that commented on this.
So
Let me see.
I have, yeah, go for it. But I have the company that I was thinking about. I'll show you a demo of it.
Yeah. I actually would like to see how often this is being replicated. Martin _ Casado. I'm just going to go into his replies. I want to see what he said exactly, or if this was the right guy. Let's see. 33 minutes ago. Okay, I'm just zooming out real quick because he comments a lot. 4 hours ago, world building is much easier now than it was before, particularly because AI helps so much. Context, NPCs, codes, ops, etc. And that's the other thing I was thinking. Even if your friend's done this or you knew someone that did this, it probably was very old and less advanced than we can get today. Where did he comment on it? This is clearly what this guy likes, so he's commented on quite a bit. Here it is. Looks amazing, will do. So this guy, Bag Working, said maybe you should come check out this product. And then Martin said, looks amazing, will do. And it's this video of Splat World. So, Josh, I'd love to hear more about the company you're talking about.
Yeah, so one of the leaders in this space is a company called Blockade Labs. They built Sky. Oh, I gotta sign in. I did do it. I said a trading floor Neo Tokyo style, which is in the background, a trading floor Neo Tokyo style. But basically, just give it a prompt into a 3D environment, and it kind of creates it. So I think we've seen versions of this. Some of these tools, we are paying for this service to do this. We would use it on pitches to clients. So we would take like a brand and kind of come up with a concept and then send it to them. That's what it's useful for. I'm actually keen to go back to your video here. And this looks a little deeper though, because he just walked into like a random room there. Can you go back a little bit on that?
I'll play this. This video was so sick. I actually had it saved. Let me exit so I can make sure I get you guys audio here. No, like this video is really sick. I think it's so cool. But here, I'll turn the audio on and play it.
Go ahead.
I don't know. I think this technology is so sick.
Go ahead. 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 Go.
Well, let me show you guys. You can feed the World Labs API multiple
No Crypto Jones.
and then it pieces together like one bigger splat, essentially. If you've tinkered around with the Explorer, there's this orb, right, on every splat that just takes you to a randomly generated splat. It can be any of the ones that are currently on the list. I feel like some of these smaller rooms end up being a lot more detailed just because there are fewer components. When there's too many objects in a splat, it kind of gets noisy. Too many things are being generated, but you have something like this, and like if you squint a little bit, it looks pretty real. We got
You must
the
be coding
Metropolitan
live or
Museum
something, 'cause this all looks
implemented,
like
so
it's going
now
through a
on
live
the
stream.
creative cycles, it's going through like the Met is now part of the inspiration rotation. One other thing that's pretty exciting to me too is I can up the number of generations per day. Now I'm able to up it to 8 generations per day. Every 3 hours, there's like a new thing, and I'd like to add 2 more specific cycles to train off of. Now that we have like kind of everything running how it needs to, I know that everything functions in sort of like a baseline way. Now I need to find ways to point it at like media, movie stills, games, those types of things, right? There are a lot of options. I think that there's like a lot of really interesting, really cool ideas that can come out of this. It's just a matter of improving the training of the model. That's just a never ending thing. But the agent has been live for several weeks at this point. So, I mean, we're getting there. There's always something to do, always something to improve. But for right now, I'm pretty happy with how it's turning out. And I'm really excited to continue working on it.
Yeah, Top Fumbler, I agree. And Dom, you were muted when you were talking there. Again, Blockade Labs has done this for some time. But you know what's interesting he had is those little orbs where you can teleport. I mean, Spatial was another company that did that back in the metaverse days, if any of you guys remember that. I think it's interesting to have these little areas that you can explore and stuff like that. Like people would use this, but I just don't think there's like a specific like token value piece. Like, why does this need a token?
Yeah, what's the market like? I need to see again, like this is just out of my realm of expertise. I'm not a gamer or a game developer. I'm not a robotics trainer. Like I don't know how practical these things are. How much money do they make? And so like that's the question. It seems like he spun it up recently. It's super cool. I've never seen something like this. So like I think it's just cool in general. And it is cool in general, but the question is like how does it make money? How does the token accrue value? And I don't know. I don't know the market well enough. So if it is vibe coded or not, I'm like probably not a bidder. But I am like impressed.
Yeah.
That's what I'll say. So yeah, if we see some sales, I'll be a little more pilled on this thing, but I'm not sold yet. Abe said apparently EVA is not fully online yet. Could see a big move later this week or sell the news. Probably a sell the news, honestly, brother.
Everything is sell the news these days.
Probably a sell the news. I mean, look, we're seeing this. This is a good conversation to have, and I'll even pause this and I'll full screen us here because this is a good conversation to have. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're seeing the ceilings rise on a lot of these products. Bags was a great start. Penguin was an amazing start. We got to 100 million off a meme, and we're slowly seeing things grind up. Radar, some other ones we've had on the show. Rain, hype. Look, we're seeing the ceilings raise. We're getting there is what it feels like. So I'm not going to say you can't bid anything or you can't hold anything, but Josh has made a good point. Everything's a sell the news these days. And until it's not, you have to trade it like it is. One of my mentors back when I would trade for a few firms would always tell me, follow the trend until it stops letting you, right? So like, if it's going to reaccumulate here, keep playing the reaccumulation until it tells you no. Those were actually his words. It was, keep playing until it tells you no. And so you got to play in the market. Long story short, you got to play in the market you're in. If the market's bad and you're getting toppers and you're getting sell the news, you have to sell the news. As much as you want something, as much as you love this product, this feature, you can't hold because nothing's holding. Nothing's holding over 100 mil. Nothing's holding over 50 mil. The closest thing we got was Gastown and Ralph, and they both rugged. So you see Bags PTSD, but we're getting there. Penguins raised the ceiling. Gas and Ralph raised the ceiling despite fucking it pretty hard. And we're getting there. And we're seeing some runners, and we're seeing good things. We're seeing runners on base too, right? Like, we saw it's Ralph, or it's called Claude, but now it's called Moltbot is I guess technically the name of it. But it's at 20-30 million. Okay, so we're getting there, guys. But until we get there, you have to play the market you're in. Absolutely. And well, let's just Josh, I don't know if you have any piece on that too, and I'll just change this tab until you have a piece to speak on. If you have anything to say on that, but Orgo's just.
I know I'm watching it right now. Oh my gosh.
I mean, this is called conviction and thesis. And so to go against everything I just said, this is why you hold. And of course, we did the value. We talked about the value down here. Okay, well, 50% of supply is going to be burned. 25% of supply is going to be burned for Orgo. What's the value? Is it undervalued here? Probably yes. Okay, so that's our buy zone. And so we entered based on how little risk we had here. And we're like, it's probably very little risk for buying down here. And so this is why you hold. But again, at that point, it was a lot cheaper. Frankly, I'm probably not a buyer of Orgo here, to be honest. Like, I wouldn't be buying here. You're probably getting a better entry at some point when this cools off. But
yeah, I think for everyone on this show, I mean, it's hard to say because we've been covering this from 1.6 mil. I'm conflicted here because on one hand, I want to believe Trader Dom. I really do. I want to believe. I don't want to be marrying my bags. And I agree with Dom that this is a definitely sell the news type market, a take profits type market. We've been rewarded for doing that. And if you haven't done that, you've been punished. I've been one of those that have been fairly punished from that standpoint because I haven't taken profits on things. But 1 million API requests. And look, there's a lot of APIs I think that are useless, and a million requests for something like what's the time is probably a useful thing. But if that's a million requests for actions to spin up virtual machines, I mean, we're talking that's amazing.
I think it would be a million requests within the virtual machines. So I have a virtual machine spun up, and now it does this, which is one API call. Then it does this, which is one API call. So maybe you have, even if it's 10, even if it's 50, if it's 100, whatever it is, I don't think that's a million machines getting spun up.
The other thing you got to look at, this has, what's the volume today? 300
volume, 865K.
So 800K volume on Orgo right now.
It is relatively low.
It's nothing, dude. This is not even, no one even knows this exists. And there's kind of this cascading discovery process with these things. And we've seen it with, what did Ansem top blast? I'm not saying Ansem would tweet this out, but like he top blasted one of these other Claude narrative coins or something recently. And I don't know, man. It's hard to say. You got to make your own decision. I think if you have some profits, you got to take a little bit of profits, but at the same time, know what you own, right? Like if you know what you own, you know what you own.
And it's a mix of both. I've been very profitable over this period of complete and utter torment in the markets, which most people, I would say 99% of people can't say they have been. But it's like a mix of that. Know what you own, but also know the market, right? And so you just have to be ruthless with taking profit. Now, I look at Orgo, and there are two things I look at here. And first, let me address you, Ave. Dom, we need to get you some new hats. I know I have more hats. Issue is I have hats from
I sent this guy an MCG hat, and he didn't even wear it.
Do I have an MCG hat? Bro, I told you what type of hats we need. It needs to be this type, or I won't wear it. My head doesn't look good in hats that aren't that don't have this kind of brim thing, bro.
We can't even see it. It's fun. You're streaming in 720p, fam. You think people can see the difference?
This is 1080p, brother. This is 1080p. Let's put some respect on my name. But nonetheless, yeah, I do need new hats, Ave. Ave has conviction on GSD. We'll take a look at that as well. Now, again, that dev is still here building. We had a great conversation with him. He seemed very genuine.
Hey, low key, I was doing some reply work, and I was trying to get the Orgo Nick and GSD Lex to do a collab where they spin up maybe 10 VMs with GSD bots in each of them going at it. So I thought that was kind of cool.
They should. That'd be awesome. Yeah, and Nick should just be pumping out content because that stuff's going viral. So let's talk about this a little bit. Crypto Jones says RSI on Orgo is definitely overbought. That being said, Spencer is a unicorn. So a few things. Look, we are very fundamentally value focused on the show, but you have to differentiate when the market's not being rational and fundamental versus when it is. When we were buying Orgo, the market was don't buy anything unless you're at ground floor and unless the fundamentals are literally giving you undervalued fundamentals and you're limiting downside. That's why buying Orgo down here was so obvious to us because we literally did the math in our head. Now, obviously, Orgo has since seen a lot of success, right? So the conviction and thesis down here is different than the conviction and thesis up here because Orgo is actually literally seeing insane numbers and metrics right now. They're probably hockey sticking on their back end, right? Well, we know they are because their site's breaking. They're getting 1 million API requests. So look, we're talking about different things. That being said, let's talk about Orgo and let's talk about who's bidding up here. The people that are starting to bid up here, and again, we say this, the only people I'm seeing on my timeline talk about this are Josh, myself, Game, the same guys, Rambo, of course, shout out Rambo, who've been talking about it forever. I still don't see your average dude who's buying bags tokens on FOMO app talking about this. And so who is buying here? The person that's buying up here does not understand the Street Foundation model and the underlying fundamentals of Orgo. So they're actually not looking at a fundamental aspect. So how do you take profit and how do you scale out on this? There's probably a good chance that as people pick up on Orgo, it just candles. Fundamentally, we look at this and we say, okay, well now Orgo, if they do a 10% street equity split, right, is an 8 million market cap. We know they're going to burn 50% of the token or close to that. It's an 8 million market cap. That would put Orgo's valuation about $80 million. Guys, love Spencer, love Orgo. Could they raise at 80 million right now? Unlikely, very unlikely. So is this a fair valuation? It's probably a little bit overbought. Now, of course, you're investing in growth opportunities here. This is a frontier market. This is a new thing. So the speculation can really drive inflated prices, and people will pay premiums for that. That's not new. But the question is, do the people up here that are buying right now actually think that? Probably not. The people that are buying right now see Orgo's popping off. I'm buying Claude. I'm buying some of these zero human companies. I'm all in this world. I'm bidding. I don't really care about fundamentals. I'm bidding companies that have no intrinsic underlying fundamental. They're literally just tied to a popular narrative right now, and I'm bidding it. So that thinking I just completely explained, you honestly can't even think about it here in this market, because it is a different market, and the bidders up here aren't concerned with that. So that's how you got to look at Orgo. You know, if you're in from down here, should you scale off some? Probably. And then should you probably rebuy lower? Probably. But again, there is a chance this pumps to a premium on what its actual valuation might be, just based on the type of buyer. So keep that in mind. We saw what happened on, and I'll tab over here. We saw what happened on Claude, 30 million. We saw what happened with Ralph. We saw what happened with Gas. Those are the buyers I'm looking to attract with Orgo, not the ones that are sitting here like me and Josh that are saying, okay, well, here are the numbers they did. They're probably going to be doing a raise here in a couple months. This. And a fair value is 50 mil, 70 mil, 80 mil, 100 mil. Nah, we're looking for the guy saying, this is so hot, this is going to go to 100 mil without understanding the token at all. So play both sides. Be smart, but at the same time, don't count out some sort of insane rally from people who don't fully understand the market structure. That's what I'm saying, Top Bubbler. But way different markets also. Way different markets.
Like, yeah, way different markets for sure. But hey, this is the start, man. When I started seeing here, you know, my uncontrolled bull thesis is that the Claude bot stuff and all the agent stuff is now going past crypto Twitter, and it's going to people who are logging into this product and purchasing it to actually use it. And I just think the value changes. You get 1 million API requests. I don't know how valuable those requests are, but if those requests are from people that are paying money to use it, like, dude, I mean, you sign 1 or 2 contracts. They said they have a few enterprise contracts in the works. Like, you know, you go back to the market and you say that the value is not $30 million. I know so many companies that are valued at $30 million, like whatever. Right. So not saying that this is so hard to say, guys, we don't know.
Here's what I think. I think we probably put in a candle for Orgo. Here's how I see the timeline playing out. I agree with Josh. I think this Claude mania, people are really interested. People are starting to buy Mac Minis, get into it. We're probably going to see more of it for at least another week or two. Okay. If the markets permit, I think we probably get some more Nick videos that pop off. People start figuring about Orgo, because every time people talk about this Claude bot, Orgo is in the conversation slowly but surely. And like the real smart technical people who aren't just the crypto Twitter guys shilling their bags are starting to catch on to Orgo and mention it. So it's them posting these viral videos that get 1 million+ views that everyone starts catching on. And then you see the crypto guys go, oh my gosh, I'm missing out on, something that's better than the Mac Mini, whatever it is. And so my stance is that this does candle genuinely. Everything else behind, like everything else considered, I think this probably catches another fat candle, because it is still largely undiscovered on Twitter. And I think a few more of these videos are going to go viral, and Orgo will continue to go viral.
Yeah, watch these candles here. I mean, there's some serious profit taking here. People are unloading who have held this thing for a very long time. Remember, this has been like a 6-month process. They've been in this. If these dips get bought up and those sellers are gone, and this actually gets kind of blue sky breakout, I mean, I'd watch how fast this dip gets bought up. If you start seeing it get chewed up, I don't know. Could
well go. As to play into my candle, like I think we candle here thesis. I mean, we saw it. Like, these were the profit takers on the pump. These were the profit takers on the pump. These are the profit takers. And look what happened. We got bought up quickly here. We got bought up quickly here. We got bought up quickly and aggressively here as well. And so I think now these guys that have been selling every pump are largely either ready to hold or out. And maybe we get it here too, where we sell down. But I think we're, again, just like we did on this most recent sell-off, we just kind of sat there. We dropped down, sellers kind of stopped. Like here, like we got this pump, dropped down, sellers kind of hung out for a little while. But no one was really like, I'm going to sell more here and sell further down. So I think we probably get that here. A little pump. Again, no more interested sellers. And then again, another pump ensues into Valhalla. So, okay. Enough on Orgo. Do we know how many Mac Minis have been bought lately? I don't know. I mean, I have no clue how to check that. I guess you could ask like ChatGPT or something. Do you know, Josh?
I do not, but like the mining craze with graphics cards, these things can take a life of its own for sure. I'm just trying to see like if there's anyone on the timeline that is talking about this.
It's very surprising how few crypto guys that are outside of our like ownership bubble actually know about Orgo.
Like nobody does. Literally, I see nobody.
Nobody does. But again, and maybe it's one of these things. Oh, it's already at 16 mil. Again, these are people that don't understand the model, so they don't understand 50% is out of circulation for 4 years and likely to get burned. So they see, oh, 16 mil, it's too high in this market. PTSD, I'm scared. So it might just get slow bid up, and we never get these guys coming in publicly shilling because they don't want to shill a 16 miller, really 8 mil, but rather they'd shill EVA, right, which is at 4.15 mil. You know, they think there's more upside there. But someone was talking about EVA earlier. Yeah, EVA's looking great. Again, Zero Human Company. Do I think it's a sell in news? Probably. It's been slow grinding up, though. This is like a really, really impressive chart. My question is, where will it find support if it curls over and gets a sell in news? I'm not sure. Probably closer to like these ranges down here, sub 2.2. But EVA looks good. Again, reinforcing that conversation we had in the article we dropped about the Zero Human Companies. And it's less about the Zero Human Companies, more about the just insane acceleration and progression of AI. I don't like, man, 2 years ago, ChatGPT wasn't even a thing. It was just coming onto the scene. 2 weeks ago, Claude came onto the scene and completely changed how the average person looks at coding and vibe coding. Like, we are accelerating so fast. It's undeniable that we get these companies that are almost entirely agent ran. And it's inevitable that we get agents doing transactions, payments, all the little things that take up people's time other than the human to human interaction parts, right?
So here, level with me for a second here. Dom, I got something to throw something at you.
Throw it.
So we've worked within this concept of ChatGPT being this tool that we use. It's in this chat window and people prompt it, Gemini, etc. What if the model, and we always knew agents would be big, but what if the model is now agents that have their own, that are on the computer? What if that is the model? What if we're going away from ChatGPT? And I don't say we're not going to use what OpenAI has built or the chat window, but what if your $60 ChatGPT subscription goes into a $60 agent subscription that's, the infrastructure is powered by something like Orgo, and oh, hey, you know what, you got you're running like 10 of them, right? They're working on different tasks, they're doing different things. You, like Nick showed yesterday, they were all communicating in a group chat, right? And then you're kind of working with that group chat, and those are your assistants going off and doing stuff. They're answering your questions. They're actually doing things for you. My biggest issue with ChatGPT that always has been there is beyond information output. What does it do? It's not integrated to anything. It doesn't actually do something. And now for the first time with Orgo, it is doing stuff at the computer level, which means it's accessing your files. It's accessing your credit card. And so I just wonder, like, I understand that, Orgo's raising money. They have A16 Scout on their cap table, Z Fellows, Forum Ventures. If that is directionally correct, and you are now using agents on computers, that's the next thing, right? That's the evolution of what ChatGPT is. I think you got to change how you think about Orgo. I think you have to change what the value of something like that is. And I don't mean to just put it out there as like, oh, you know, I'm valuing out of the top of my head. I don't know what million API requests are valued at to them, but there is real product verification here. There is real like, you
Proof
know,
of concept.
proof of concept. And Spencer might go to his, you know, investors, go to the market and say, look, I have what everyone in the world wants right now. We know how to do this. And we're not no longer raising at, you know, 20, 30, 40 million. We're going to be raising at 300 million. And I don't know if that's possible, but I would not be shocked if they upped these kind of rounds and started
Yeah.
raising at higher values.
I would shit my pants if they raised at 300 million, but I also agree. I wouldn't be shocked. These numbers are undoubtedly amazing for their next raise. I do think whatever they were going to raise at, I mean, no one really knows. They 100% just got a massive bump from all these numbers. I mean, they're literally being flooded by people. So yes, again, our old valuation that we're speculating at.
Bro, Anthropic is raising at 30 something billion. They canceled around and like redid it at like, no, sorry, 300 billion.
300.
Bro.
Ridiculous.
So, all right. So let's say, you know, one thing, and Spencer talked about this on the last stream at the end of the year when we talked about his year end video or write up. He talked about very value aligned investors. Like he wasn't just having anyone invest. So let's say you're not a value aligned venture investor in Orgo. You're likely not getting on the equity. How else do you buy the equity of this company? It's a real question. How else do you buy it?
Well, obviously you're going to buy it on chain. If there's an SPV that holds it and you can buy through there and get exposure, right? Or that's the idea.
That's the idea. You know, not proof. We haven't figured that in proof yet, but you know, it's starting to kind of happen. So anyways, that's our, you know, disclosure is Orgo's a sponsor of our show. We hold Orgo personally. We've been talking about it for 6 months or 3-4 months. Huge fans of Spencer's. So do your own DD, make your own decisions. I don't know, but I'm just here to pontificate about the future of the world and how it looks and how we position ourselves to take advantage of these opportunities. And MCG's been on Orgo since 1.6. Today we're at, you know, 14. So there you go.
I'm not sure who's doing better gains than that in this market, to be honest, with like size and thesis behind it.
Bro, terrible market.
Incredible. Yeah, no, I we'll just reinforce that one more time. I think Orgo is a fantastic product, and yeah, this is an incredible show of strength here for whatever they were planning on raise at. They probably just doubled whatever they were going to raise at, to be honest. So
and getting discovered, guys, getting discovered, as we mentioned before, outside of our ownership token ICM, you know, Believe app era conversation, people on FOMO are apparently figuring this out. Zinc's figuring it out. Game figured it out because he watches MCG. I mean, maybe, but
maybe, yeah, that's a bold claim, but either way,
sorry, Game,
MCG
but,
covers
you know,
it quite a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So higher. I also think on the note of forget just like their valuation probably just went up a ton. Also, like we're still in that kind of discovery phase for growth. People just started finding out about Orgo and ClaudeBot and Claude Code. And so like it might sound like 1 million API requests is a lot, but we could easily see next week 2, 4, 10x that, right? Depending on how quickly this gets picked up and how long that this narrative of Claude Code and agents lasts, which, you know, obviously probably is indefinitely, or, you know, agents are clearly the future. So, yeah, again, Orgo's valuation doubles today, but it could be a lot higher tomorrow, depending on how many users continue to take in, how many users Nick can continue to funnel into Orgo through his viral videos, people that are interested in ClaudeBots and Mac Minis, and they're looking into the stuff and Orgo just pops up and all of a sudden it becomes just a solution for everyone. And this is how things get into the mainstream. People talk about it. This is the best answer. This is the best solution. 1 million API requests. Awesome. 2 million tomorrow, 5 million next week, 10 million. Like that's the growth you want to see. So it's not that, okay, we hit 1 million. That's the top. Orgo showing that they're showing strength. It's like, no, this could continue to grow a lot more. Could continue to. So, okay, I digress. That's Orgo. We like it. We like it a lot. I do have a few things to cover. Star.fun just released an update. And the question is, the market determines eligibility. To answer one question, should XIO_app raise, trade to curate, this is experiment, participate below. So remember, Start.fun changed their model to a Futarki decision market model. So with that,
Time out. I'm sorry. Spencer just got back to us. Time out before we go to this. We have to show this.
Yeah, pull it up.
This is breaking news, and we'll get Ashesh to clip this. I'm just seeing this now. Sorry. All right, Spencer clarified. When we are 1 million API requests, we mean usage specifically with our platform API, not just general web requests. The number is higher for general web requests. And they are getting general web hits over 1 million. That's crazy. An example of a platform API request is computer lifecycle functions, creating, updating, deleting new computers, and an agent making an action inside a computer. So an agent opening a browser or creating a new file would each count as one platform API request. Hope that makes sense. The 1 million number is computer interactions within the past day.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. That's every action that's being taken from that's product use right there. Proof of concept, proof of work. Yeah, so that's 1 million actions that their agents are taking through their platform. So that's usage. That's people using it. That's demand. That's product market fit right there. Incredible. Wow. Product market fit. Nothing screams product market fit more than 1 million API requests in a day during an ongoing onslaught of just absolutely banger tweets about computer use and the blowing up of Claude bot.
Yo, if this number is even higher,
add product market fit in all caps below that. So in addition, there are people visiting the site and checking out Orgo, which is well above 1 million API requests. These are 1 million API requests. I have an account in Orgo. My bot is actually doing stuff. The bots today have done 1 million different tasks or been deleted, updated, created. There's been 1 million of all that stuff. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, that is insane product market fit.
Wow. Okay.
Shout out Spencer.
Yeah, sorry guys, I'm trying to write this. Go ahead to your Start.fun thing. I just I wanted to cover that.
No, that's pretty powerful. Now we have clarity on what that 1 million requests actually means. And I think it's maybe a lot bigger than what some people thought. Nonetheless, Star has gone to this Futarki model. And so basically with that, everyone gets to vote on everything that happens. We know you're a part owner in the Star ecosystem. So if you guys want to vote on XIO app, if you want to see them ICO, you can here. So let's check it out. We'll just read through some details. This is a good direction for Star. Although we've talked about this, the ICO meta is a bit played out here. You know, there's diminishing returns now for ICOs. Like originally there was Avicii, there was Umbra, some of the first ones coming through. And that's where you had the edge. People didn't really understand it. People really didn't use it. We were early to it. Now people are like becoming late to it. So obviously any good launch is going to do well, but just the allure for ICOs right now is not where it was during the Avicii Umbra launches. Say hello to XIO. This is the team here, team lead. Lloyd here is ex-CTO/VP, engineering block demand scaled from startup to 3.25 billion. Project details. XO is the agentic neobanker for on-chain trading. Track, trade, and automate from one dashboard while keeping control of your funds. It's another neobank. It's another neobank. We're seeing so many of these. The problem, markets run 24/7. Human attention doesn't. Perhaps punish latency and fatigue. Manual workflows add both. What XIO does, XIO gives traders autopilot with a steering wheel. You set constraints, agent execute, you supervise. What matters? See positions, P&Ls, and risk clearly. Okay, so you can, looks like, again, it's a neobank, so it's probably more than just storing funds. You can trade, you can do all sorts of other things. DeFi. Set boundaries around execution. Keep running while you're offline. Who's it for? Perps traders who care about execution and risk control. Okay, so they're going to have perps within this neobank. DeFi native who want capital that works on chain. What does the token do? Treasury control, revenue routing, application revenue flows into the DAO, IP ownership. The DAO holds rights to the IP. Yep, alignment, no off-chain cap table. So nice. This company is fully on-chain is what this means. Good, we like that. Roadmap, the terminal 0 to 3 months. Ship a hyperliquid first, PWA and P&L plus risk tracking. How long has this been in production is what I'm trying to figure out. Phase 2, autopilot, 3 to 6 months. Sandbox permissions for agents to execute within user limits. Orchestration, humans set intent. Agents handle rotating across venues. Okay, all pretty basic stuff, I would say. Minimum raise 100K, cap discretionary. If oversubscribed, refunds are pro rata. Token distribution 76 public sale, liquid at TGE, 50% pair TGE, sealed at ICO price, 4% treasury, 5% team allocation. It's not a lot for the team. Quite different token structure than MetaDAO. USDC flow 20% to liquid at TGE, LP lock position, 80% to the DAO treasury. Okay. So 80% of USDC flows through the treasury. Interesting. It's another neobank. We got to look into the team, got to look into the files. This guy has a pretty good background here. Lloyd. Let's open the PDF.
Can you zoom it in just a touch?
Yeah, I'm actually going to jump out of here to the PDF. Here, actually, let's look at these images. Can I look at any of this stuff? Nope.
Nice branding.
Yeah, nice branding. So it, again, perp DEX seems to be their main focus right now, which I don't know. There's a lot of perp DEXs, lots of competition in the space. Without big backing and lots of money, unless you make something really superior, it's hard to break in. Track trades and automate. Let's just see some of this pitch deck. We get the gist of it. Here's the product. Trade, automate, spend. So yeah, you got your wallet, again, full neobank. So you got the perps. You have some DeFi mechanisms here, it looks like. And the wallet. Orchestrate liquidity, custody layer, decision layer, execution layer. Okay. High intent on-chain users, on-chain perp, T5 power users. The rails are ready. The control panel is not. Here's the TAM here. Total addressable market. Yeah, I don't know. You guys can read through this yourself. I'm not going to get stuck here. Team, let's talk about that. George Stephen, 2 years designing, trading UX. So this is a UI guy.
It's funny. He looks like Game in whatever Game's PFP is.
I'm like, Game is anonymous. Yeah, I guess he kind of does. 2 years design, trading UX, 5 years active in the markets, ship traders, first workflow. Okay, so he's a UI, product guy. Lloyd Moore, ex-CTO VP, engineering at Block Damon, scaled from startup. Scaled from startup to 3.25 billion valuation. Nice. Grew engineering team from 10 to 187 across 14 countries. Ex-CTO, Valence, built privacy-first AI infra, enabling model training without exposure to raw data. Guy seems to have it. I'd be interested to hear a little bit more about, his role for Block Damon and, I don't know what that experience was like and how much management position he had over the engineering team. Alex Emakov, I think it probably is. Design, meet play, previously at Lindsay Labs, 15 years building product people actually use. Okay, so the team seems pretty solid. It doesn't look like they have anything built yet though. So instantly one of those things, unless they have a product to go with the ICO live at launch, you know how impatient these traders are. You probably get a better entry than the ICO, just saying. So I don't know. Not much to say there. I don't know if you guys have an opinions, what you guys think about it, but Sorry, how to call thoughts on Banker. Yeah, top funnel. We'll check it out. Banker's doing well. I think the Claude bot was launched via Banker or has some sort of relationship there. So we'll check it out. Or it's called Mald.
Okay,
something.
can I just tab device screen? So taken is that picture of the guy. Yeah. I'm telling
see.
you, it's the same dude, bro.
Okay. Valid.
I don't know if it is. I just think it's funny.
Top fumbler, they all got launched with Banker Tech. Let's check it out. So Banker is a base launch pad for those that don't know. So it's been getting some traction, of course, because of the recent good launches. This is definitely not it. BANKR is a ticker. Yeah. Here it is. Yeah. Man, I remember Banker from back in the day when Virtuals was running. This was kind of a bid. You know, it had its run up too. But yeah, that's absolutely getting bids. Hey, bro, I would love an Ethereum season. I'm fully on Solana. I prefer Solana over Ethereum. But look, everything trades better on Ethereum. The charts actually go up. You don't get 80% dumps. Banker, I don't know. If I was paying attention and I saw Claude running before Banker kind of got the reaction, before people were like, by the way, this is launched on Banker, go buy Banker, I think I would be a bidder down here. Of course, easy to say in hindsight at 20 mil, 30 mil. But right here at 50 mil, I'm not sure. We need to see more launches. However, I would imagine it if Claude's launching on by a reputable dev, maybe people start using Banker over Virtuals or some of the competitors. I personally am a big fan of Serve, which has a launch pad as well, and they are just doing great things. I think recently they partnered with, Ethereum Foundation as well. Ethereum Foundation for something, but this chart's just getting absolutely wrecked. Let me pull up a better chart though. Here, I've been holding on to this one since ICO. I'm not sure why it's not loading the whole screen, but I think I'm still up on it actually. But it's a rack chart. So yeah, I don't know. Watching Banker, I guess watch Serve, watch some other launch pads if we get a base season again. Have those on your watch list so you just know what to go to. Let's do GSD. Let's do GSD Serve.
Claude on base cannot be vamped. It's the greatest tech ever. 24 hours later, it gets, I guess, vamped is the more of the story. And like I did earlier, you know, again, low cap hunter, shout out you, big GSD fan. Kind of put the A to Z together for these guys, but stick to picks and shovels, something that can't be vamped. Infrastructure, guys, infrastructure. So yeah, there's the Orgo infrastructure piece. Okay.
Hate to say it though, Claude was definitely not vamped. It's at like 23 mil. The chart's pretty much up only. But yeah, either way, good stuff. There's your base segment for the day. Radar, nice buy zone. Yeah. Let's check out Radar. It was going towards a nice buy zone last we checked. All the launches with Banker Tech. So yeah, Banker is an emerging launch pad. Then keep an eye on if base continues cooking. Good call, Top Fumbler. But been in Baker for ages, man. That shit is undervalued. Coinbase Ventures invested in them, and it went under the radar. That's what you want to watch. I am not in Banker. It was one of the ones on my watch list from a while, but not in there with you. Let's check out Radar real quick. Radar. We'll do GSD for whoever wanted that. Radar, which we have Radar coming on this week, I believe. Tomorrow?
Yeah, let me check, but keep in mind, guys, the last time they came on, they said they were doing $1,000 a day, $700 to $1,000 a day in revenue, or in volume. Sorry, no, fees. In fees, that was actually in revenue. My bad.
Yeah, $1,000 in revenue. They're getting down to a nice buy zone. You're right, and they've just been walking the dog up. This is actually one I would be interested in. Privacy is like, it's kind of not the meta right now. It's not the meta right now. But I would say if you get down here, I would be buying within the sub 2.5, sub 2.4 zone. Yeah, this looks
Yeah.
interesting. Just the way price
Radar
action's been.
tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, we'll get our validation there. If I want to buy, we'll be buying after that call probably. X1 XOLOL or whatever it's called. And GST, that's right. Now, speaking of privacy, this is a privacy play that is the only one doing this. Dev is 16 years old. Okay. 16-year-old dev. He's creating a privacy focused layer for agents. We had this conversation today. It could be an agent doing something for you, and it publishes your seed phrase to a public GitHub, and you're cooked. When these agents are doing recursive models, whatever, they're looping, they're doing work for you with very little supervision, and they have access to emails and a bunch of other stuff. There's a lot of data breaches and things that could happen. So this is one to watch. Terrible ticker. One of the worst tickers I've seen in a while, honestly. X1X HLOL. But they are making security for these agents. So if you imagine these agents have a future, they're going to need to be secured somehow, just like we talked about today. This is kind of the play I'm looking at for this. He's the only one building something like this, as far as I'm aware. So keeping an eye on it, but not in it. I would say keep an eye on it. Know the narrative. If it does pick up, all of a sudden everyone's like, privacy is so important. There was just a massive hack. And like people are starting to freak out over privacy with Claude-Bot or these recursive models. This might be a little bit. So keep that in mind. That's why it's important to know all these things, not to hold all of these trades, but have an idea of what everything does, what it is, what's leading certain sectors and niches. So you know when you see something popping off and there's a solution for something on your watch list, you can just go and bid that and take a quick trade. It's been a very good strategy. GSD is off a nice pump again, finding a bottom. Josh, what's up?
Sorry, finish your GSD segment here. We have a ticker request in the replies on X.
Sure. Yeah, I would say from a price action standpoint, GSD looks pretty dang good here. 3.67 mil. We can see it, look at the drop from here to here. Big drop. Lesser drop. Pretty much bottomed out. It's even. So we're seeing the sellers subdue, right? You can literally see it on the chart. So it looks like there are less sellers in this range. Now what could happen here is if, there was no break above here, there was no show that was the bottom and commitment, we could of course slip a little bit lower. But I think in general, we're seeing this kind of become the bottom for GSD. So what's the bull case here? Maybe GSD is cheap because it's a very widely used product. Recursive models are popping off. Claude-Bot's popping off. GSD is at 2.5 million. It's kind of like one of the leaders right now since Ralph and Gastown died. And it maybe is low because of PTSD from bags. That's the bull case is, okay, people stop having PTSD from bags and they start bidding them up again. And this is kind of like your leader. So there's GSD for you. That's kind of how I would look at it. Josh, I got your thing pulled up.
Yeah, I'm trying to find like a CA or something for this. The logo looks familiar. Let me just see if I can find.
Hey, that's how I ate off Wet Claude. When Claude popped off, I remember Chill bringing it up on stream. Bro, that's all it is.
Wet Claude? Did he say Wet Claude or White Claude?
White Claude.
Oh yeah, Wet Claude. Yeah, I'm glad you did. I'm too right curved sometimes on some of these that I just like
Did
fade
Ash
them.
that Dash change its logo?
Yeah, they did while we were streaming. I was
That's
like,
sick.
what?
What's your take on Avicii in the current pullback?
Yeah, go to that. I don't see anything around this IONET thing.
What's my take on Avicii in the current pullback? So, we're big fans of the whole ownership model. Avicii's metrics were hockey sticking. I am out of Avicii right now. I would say for me to get back in, I would need to look at metrics again. I think just neobanks, it's gotten kind of saturated and competitive. And it's hard to determine the winner. And obviously, Avicii has really good metrics. They looked really good, but we had a really great run. And like I said, the ICO allure is kind of not where it was a little while ago. So we're at about sub 30 million on Avicii. Look, we're getting back to an area of interest, I would say. This is where it starts getting interesting again. But I need to freshen up on my mind on what the numbers are currently looking like. But yeah, I like this range. I think basically the bottom of where we hit down here is where I would be looking. As long as their numbers are improving. I just feel like they launched. There was a lot of hype. RAM was super active. Numbers were hockey sticking. That seemed like a pretty obvious time to start scaling out for me personally. But I look at this again now. It's like, well, the initial hype phase is gone, right? The initial hype phase is gone. There's tons of neobanks popping up. Does this one have a second life in it? I'd like to think so, but I'm not putting my money where my mouth is right now. Crypto Jones. Though this is probably an area of interest I'd be looking at. Depends to see. I would like to see this price action we saw here kind of happen down here. Maybe I'd add, of course, in correlation with me checking out their numbers, saying, okay, their numbers are growing. They've been partnering with these people. They've made development on their roadmap. The roadmap, when they launched, was super robust. They had all sorts of stuff they wanted to do. See how that process has been coming along, seeing what they're focusing on. So just full kind of reset on that, DD. Lastly, oh my gosh, we got to talk about this, guys. The precious earth metals are ripping. We saw some of the most insane volatility I've ever seen in my life on silver here. Silver went up to $118 an ounce. Within 4 hours, corrected to $102 an ounce. Wiped out like $2 trillion, or there was like $2 trillion of value, like volume, or I don't know exactly what it is, but there was 2 trillion something, which is a lot. And it's just slowly recovered. We're back at all-time highs. Gold at all-time highs, just ripping. I mean, when does it end, man? These precious metals are ripping. Maybe there is no end. Maybe it goes into precious metals, but like, this is insane. And I know we pull up every day, but it's like, guys, we're putting in 2, 3, 4% candles daily on gold, on the largest asset in the world. And on silver, the second largest asset in the world. It's insane, dude. It's insane. So I had to point that out. Otherwise, I think I'm pretty much straight. I'll give you a little cheeky play, guys. A little cheeky shout here. I'm still in Huggy. This is kind of like my little dark horse. If I think Bags is going to come back play. We had a great conversation with a dev. I know he's smart. He had a great job lined up. NVIDIA developer program commenting on his recent post. Bags is kind of dead. Huggy's kind of sideways here. This is my dark horse. I'm in Huggy on Bags app, small position. And I'm kind of just thinking at some point we reprice when the Bags app PTSD subsides and people kind of realize what this guy's building and that he's here to support the token. So that's my Huggy thesis. Very degenerate though. But I'm in it. But that's all I got. That's all I got for you. 4.5 hour stream.
Guys, 4.5 hours, but that's because there's a lot to talk about. I have to go back and through all this and write stream notes still.
Ooh.
Yeah, that doesn't sound fun. Oof is right.
I don't think you need to.
Well, I've spent 8 months doing stream notes to help MCG grow into even being something that people discovered and wanted to watch. I'm not about to stop this train going. So, guys, we got exciting stuff happening at MCG. I just want you to know, hopefully we can bring some exciting news to you guys. We've worked really hard, and to see a nice runner here and one of our sponsors have success just means the world, means the absolute freaking world. Job's not done. That's it, Dom. Do you want to do the penguin outro? We've been doing that. I did that yesterday too, by the way.
Why don't we play our video? Maybe a little preview, guys. Very soon we're gonna have a sick new 3-minute countdown intro video. Maybe just play that as our outro.
Whoa! I haven't even seen it yet.
Oh, just play it, dude. It's sick. It's not done. It's not done, but it's like getting there, and it's really sick.
All right, where do I find that? Where do I find that? Do you guys want to watch it with us? Let's do it. Is that in TG?
Yeah, it's YNS sent it to us in our chat.
All right.
It'll take a second. And again, guys, we're still fleshing it out. We're gonna get the visuals changed up a little bit so it's a little better, more opaque. We're gonna get the music changed up so it's overlapping a little better. But here's a little preview, sneak peek. I think it's sick. We're gonna start making this to like the 3-minute countdown before we start.
Do you have it?
stream. It's in Telegram.
All right. Is it? I think I have it. I gotta download it real quick. Oh no, I see it. All right. The MCG countdown. All right, let's play this.
So fire, dude.
Is it
Of course, we
fire?
incorporated the penguin as the main theme. We got a little penguin in there. We got a little Jordan Belfort in there.
All right, we'll just play it. All right. I don't know if I can. This is downloading, bro.
I'm downloading
This
it
is
now,
downloading.
but I still don't know how to play stuff from TG.
Yo, this is sick.
Are you watching it?
Yeah. All right. Let's see if I
Alright,
can
boys.
play audio too. I can play video file. Go
We need
downloads.
audio.
All right, here we go. I don't know if this is gonna work. Okay, it's gonna be loud potentially, so I'm gonna turn that down for you guys. All right.
Your children are turning into mindless assholes who now they look up to some twit instead of looking up to Thomas Jefferson or looking up to Nikola Tesla or looking up to Magellan. I mean, kids, Magellan's a lot cooler than Justin Bieber. He circumnavigated with one ship the entire planet.
Oh, so good.
Yo, run this. Sick.
Penguin. So good, dude.
There is no nobility in poverty. I have been a rich man and I have been a poor man. The real question is, was all this legal? Absolutely fucking not.
Bro, I love this.
Isn't it so sick, dude? Only thing at the end for the penguin video, I think we got to turn down the music a little bit or something. Or change the music on the penguin video. You'll see here in a sec.
He would neither go towards the feeding grounds
Oh yeah, definitely.
nor return to the colony. Shortly afterwards, we saw him heading straight towards the mountains, some 70 kilometers away. Dr. Amy explained that even if he caught him and brought him back to the colony, he would immediately head right back for the mountains. But why?
I love that.
I know, right? I understand why mom's so judgmental. I'm Cody. Cody's me. So sick. so sick. I just think for like that last one, maybe we turn off the music and just do the I want to hear. I want to.
Yeah. And same, like it transitions from the music to the penguin video and then ends on the Linkin Park thing. I think
Yeah.
that'd be dope. Wow, that's sick. Man, we're just like we're making strides
Cooking,
here.
cooking,
We're
cooking, cooking.
cooking at MCG, bro. And we're like we're just a group of guys just trying to make this thing work. And it is definitely working. All right, we're gonna end it there, guys. Thank you so much for being with us. Wild day. We'll see you tomorrow for Radar and Radar and Grand. So 2 interesting projects that just continue to cook. So have a good night. Stay safe in the markets.
Peace, guys.